Good evening, Sue.
Yeah.
Good evening, service crew. Fighting pilot extraordinaire Ace Windfall. Ready for takeoff. Why is this still sounding quiet? There we go. Bump that up a little bit. That should be good. Good evening, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Sunday. Dude, can we just take this entire thing over again? Hold on. Good evening, service crew. Fighting pilot extraordinaire Ace Windfall. Ready for takeoff. Happy Tuesday, everyone. All out of sorts today. In like a good way, I guess, arguably. By the way, what's up, Dolly? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Service crew, I have all my insurance information together, and I started setting up all my appointments that I may or may not have set up for an indeterminate but unexcusable amount of time. So I did that today. That was really good. Thumbs up for me. Adulting, as they say. And then also, right before stream, I forgot to like brew my tea. So I brewed my tea literally as I put the pot on to boil, the kettle as it is. On right before I hit the start streaming button. My tea is here next to me. It's steeping right now, and I'm wearing. It's hard to see because it's under my scarf, but I'm wearing the timer on my shirt right now, and I don't know what it says. So in approximately 3 minutes, this is gonna beep and scare both of us because it's right next to the mic as well. So be prepared for that. Might be the earliest I've ever been. I know. I thought about that as well because I was like, oh, look at Dolly jamming out to the intro. Today, our plan is, by the way, we're playing Arknights as we do every Tuesday. Our main goal is to start on Chapter 13, Episode 13, because there's Episode 13, there's Episode 14, and then Episode 15 releases in 3-ish months, 3 to 4 to 2 to 6 months, somewhere in the near future. And so our goal is to beat 13 to 14 to be prepared for that. And so we're starting with this. But before that, and also because I have a timer on my neck, and also because I just want to see what this looked like, this event is currently rerunning. We played this last year. I'm actually surprised because I did this, but I apparently also did all of this, and most of this. I don't know when or why or where I did this, because at least in recent memory, I've always thought this was one of my least favorite events. Mostly for the story, I guess, but I guess the gameplay was kind of fire or something. I don't know. Like, I was legitimately surprised that I CM'd all of this, and I was like, I was legitimately impressed with myself. But I went and did all of, not this one, not that one. I went and did all of this auto deploy already. Doesn't show it here. I did it on. That's it. Be right back. 1 second. I just need to go dump this tea bag in the sink. Alright. That's still extremely hot, so I can't drink it, but... Hey, what's up, you? Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. You just caught me back from my, dumping the tea bag that was in my steeping tea from the sink break. We are, before we start on Chapter 13, we're gonna look at the auto deploy of this. I don't know, because I think it might be funny. It might not be funny. It might be sad. I don't know. We're going to see it together, because I legitimately don't remember what this was. But this is the only one that I haven't redone yet for the Herzenfolgen? Nope, not the No, not the Herzenfolgen. For the Herbensturm. Nope, not for that one either. For the Windsturm. That's the one. Forgot this was all in German, too. They got stuff after beating certain levels and you needed those things for something. Maybe. Like I do. I might have just been like on it. I might have been like maybe I didn't want to do the normal chapter stuff, but like I was just surprised at how much I did that. Maybe because I wanted to get no, cuz it's not you don't get the boy from this. This event had Lessing, who I just bumped up to 80 because he got a cool skin. Look at that. I just bumped him up to 80 literally 2 minutes before stream. This was the welfare for this event, but he wasn't in the shop. He was in the Herzenfolgen. I'm not gonna try to pronounce any of these anymore. Let's see what this is though. So I did. So this we had Tifon at this point. I think this was like the event like right after, not too long after Tifon got released into the game. I had a Hodor at this point, which is fitting because then Chapter 13 is what we're gonna play today, which is a Hodor chapter. I had Evanholz, the Evanholz event. I think outside of that, it was just the other characters. Firewatch and Swire are a bit surprising. Probably, when did Chong come out? Was I still on the Swire Chong being a really good duo thing? Well, he changes his binder. His binder? Is that the name for a, like a face mask? God, this is so hot. I can't. I'm scared to drink it. I'm gonna die. Nobody likes rabbits. Are you listening to Ensemble Stars right now, Dolly? Rabbits. This is an alkaloid household, dang it. Should be. Wait, this isn't even the. Oh, I'm thinking of the. I think it's an EX or an S stage. The other one with the Witch King. Okay, this is all going according to plan right now. I was earlier. Gotcha, gotcha. Have you done the? I think I mentioned this. What, on Sunday? That sounds right. That I started playing Ensemble Stars again a little bit because I know. Mayoi's birthday is next Friday, and so we're doing a stream next Thursday, and so I hop back on. And there's a, I haven't done the event song at all yet, but it sounded good from the little, like, the little snippet you get. He's just like he was to keep his body tight to it. Oh, that kind of binder, yeah. Like the male corset, or I guess the corset, but for the chest. Oh, that ain't good. Hold on, what do you mean error is detected? I feel like this isn't a silly auto deploy. Thinking about it, I can't imagine, because I know I have a few auto deploys where it's like at the very end we would do it on screen. I would be like, okay, hold on, I'm gonna do this really goofy thing at the end here, and oh god, wait. Okay, yeah, that didn't. That's the only issue. That's not too bad, though. I think. Because I was gonna say, I think the shoe event had a goofier auto deploy. Because I remember, like, at the very end, I put someone down, like, in a weird spot, and I was just like, I'm just gonna do this in the future when I review this auto deploy at one point. Wait, are there places people get teleport to randomized in auto deploys? They can't be, right? They shouldn't be, right? Oh, he only teleports the last, like, few deployed anyway. That's also a thing. He doesn't teleport everyone like the Lich King does. Different from the Witch King. What's up, Ben? Happy Tuesday, welcome on in. Apparently my auto deploy is not that good. Or it's solid, but there was a gaping hole in it. Tifon! Actually, that's not that bad of a Tifon spot. That could have been much worse for Tifon. Tifon actually was able to, like, still shoot people. Wow. Okay, that's not bad. Why did I put Myrtle there? That was me doing stuff for the auto deploy. Okay. Am I just? I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Okay, there we go. That's all I wanted to see. Autoplay has made a mistake. No, that's fine. That's all I wanted. If you want to, I can go back and do like the other stuff later, but it was only one of the big bassist dudes that got through too. Perfect, not that one. I keep thinking it's this one. They keep moving these things around. Wait, that wasn't even... Because I didn't get the 3-star rating. What did I just get? Clear ZT tin while allowing no more than 5 operators be forcibly retreated due to the effects of Mark of Insipidity. I don't even know what that is. What do you have to do for this? Let me get this. This doesn't even do anything. Wait, no, this actually does give you a... it does actually give you a token. Okay, no, we can actually work with this. Because wait. Yes? Yes, this is what you want. It's only... I don't know why they just did that to Vigil, by the way. They did a Vigil where it's like, oh, we don't want to get 6-star tokens. And then they were like, oh, actually, 6-star tokens are fine. Did you do the Emperor quest last year? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I only want to do that. I also want to do this just because I was going to forget it otherwise. But, skip this. We already did this event. I'm just doing this for the money. Regret and Worldly Desire. Got it. I know how regret works. How does regret work? That seems regretful. Sorrow. Yeah, but he's like the mayor of Wisteria, so there's got to be something there, right? How do you... What is regret? It's not sorrow. Is it just sorrow? No, because then it'd be Sorrow's Opus. How do you... I did exactly one of these, thank you. Arknights, what is regret? I'm just gonna type that in, let's find out. No. Arknights, what is regret? There we go. No, that... I mean, yeah, I don't know what I expected actually typing it in again. Like, that was gonna fix it, like, oh yeah, now I know what you mean. No, what the hell is this? Zwillingstrom. Zwillingstrom and Herbst Sinnvolksgeschweigen. Remorse. Oh, it's 2 greens. I was really close. Blue, green, green. Okay, so select enter tune. Compose arts tune. Blue, green, green. Connect. Worldly things. Perceive. Remorse. Wait, what was the other one? Sorrow. Yes? No? Yes? Select. Select. Back. Select. You. Remorse. Select. Done. Got it. Got it. Good job, Blessing. No, I don't want to do this. Get me out of here. Can you only do one at a... Okay, no, you can, like, knock them all out. Not an issue, though. That's when you eat a late-night snack and now you can't sleep. When you have, remorse? Wait. Oh, when you have regret, you mean? Also, I was doing some research for some fan fiction. Fell down a rabbit hole and found out that Mary Had a Little Lamb is a true story. There was a girl called Mary and she had a little lamb and the fleece was white as snow. And everywhere she went, the lamb was sure to go. I don't know any of the other words. I'm not even sure if those last bits were fully correct, but that's kind of cute then. Just a little like village tale that becomes its own little thing, right? About the chart. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna steal that for later. Oh, I like that it was done like using emojis, so you can like copy and paste that in like Discords and stuff. That's actually really cute. Haha. So when you fall in love with the game and the devs turn greedy and turn to the fastest downfall in gaming, is this in a little close to home right now, Ben? Do you wanna talk about your Infinity Nikki a little bit? But we're not here for this, by the way. This was just to kill time while I was waiting for this tea to cool. What we're here for is the Whirlpool that is passion. The Whirlpool that is passion is chapter 13 of Arknights, and I whenever I think about this, it makes me think of where is the Whirlpool that is cute and the Whirlpool that is cool. That's an Idolmaster Cinderella Girls joke, which I feel like I should not make because I actually do not like Cinderella Girls that much. I think it's the weakest of the Idolmaster franchises. But I can make it, dang it. What is this? Is this the Delphine chapter? Yeah, there we go. What's this over here, though? I mean, this is the other Punch girl, but she doesn't actually have a thing here. Oh, it's just a picture of her or something like that. The Happy Windermere Family. So this is going to be about Delphine. It's going to be about Hoderer. Is Delphine even in here? Delphine's not even in this picture. But it's going to be about Hoderer. Siege is still doing her stuff. Is that Reed's sister back there? Is that Elbana? Mary snuck her lamb into school, and then when she got caught, people would say that Mary would say like, "Oh no, it just followed me to school. I didn't sneak it in." That kind of stuff. I would imagine. My refrigerator is a whirlpool, and I'm passionate about what's inside it. The whirlpool that is passion. When the what's like a whirlpool's natural enemy? That sounds like so insane to think about, but like. Because I'm now imagining the meme format, which is like the whirlpool that is passion when the earthquake that is like despondence walks in the room or something. Oh my god. Okay, we're off on some shit today already. Shall we? Across the battlefield's line, one war can wear many faces. Teacher sent Mary home for bringing her lamb. Aw. At least she got to keep her lamb. Now then. We return to the British. The senior professor of classics to the Victoria National University, Samuel Seuss, once likened the ample library of Sir Castlegrain to the holly trees upon Londinium's fringes. In these essences of knowledge, these long shadows of history, we never fail to find parallels to how we ourselves have gone, and to how we will go. Recorded are the epics and philosophies, one by one filled away, are mythologies and theories. Humble scholars fill page to page with their wisdom and diligence, each laureate poet a bookshelf to themselves. Someday the storm will pass, for hope can never truly die. What is formed of these accounts in ink, that is our civilization in all its pride. Sir Castlegrain was a decent jailmate. We debated over many a question through our wall. The wall that was, perhaps, the sole reason our time came to an end without his realizing I was a sarcas. He simply took me as Victorian, one too mired in introspection at that. I still remember his last words to me, before being dragged from that neighboring cell. In any time of trouble, a proud Victorian need only return there, and the winter of our discontent will once again feel not so endless after all, and the coming of spring the closest thing. Friend, you need only return there. This is from like Hoderer's book, I assume, right? The whirlpool that is passion when the mudslide that is indifference walks in the room. You're shit out of luck. I tried those already. Even the paper is the good calfskin stuff. Those books ain't burning. Well, I call it paper if it's calfskin anyway. Why don't we say writing skin or something? I don't know. Screw us. This fire just ain't happening. It got all smoke and no warm soup pot. Soup? This stuff's just water with a couple stems and scraps we tossed in. You know what? It's all their fault. Those sneering royal court shitheads have us out here doing all the hard and dirty work, snatching the Londiniers across to work their factories across the entire city. And they won't even give us a hot bowl of something for the trouble. Captain said we've officially seized Londinium now. Defense forces got disbanded. Leto guy's out. Liberia? Well, I'm starting to regret not going with W. Goddamn loony woman. Or I read that as like a name. Well, I'm starting to regret not going with W. Goddamn loony woman. Whatever. Probably wouldn't turn out any better if I did. What are all these books anyway? Could be discount catalogs for all I care. Why would some old feline collect this many discount catalogs? What is it with you and questions? Who gives a shit what goes on in Victorian's head? Still, never seen an old man cry his eyes out like that. Were you watching? Got his embroidered lapel all gunked up with his own snot. Hey, snap out of it. Give me some more books. Fire's about to go out. What are you doing? Reading them. What reading? You ain't literate. And all this shit's in Victorian anyway. Oh, there's pictures in here too. Look at these drawings. There's a feline girl here giving this boy a real slap. What do you think's the deal with these two? Cheating, I'd figure. Anything more interesting? No, all the other pictures are dull. Just one of these things is couple hundred pages. How many books do we have here? And the thinner ones over there, they only put a few words in each line, so you have to keep looking down for the next one. What is it Victorians are writing in these? Do the lands really have that much worth writing books about? This one, that one. They all come in these beautiful glass cases, and they're all different kinds. Here's another possibility. Victorians are so stinking rich, they'll pay to buy their own toilet paper. Maybe. Why don't we have any books of our own? Flip through these things so much the edges are curled. Maybe we do. You know, you hear how the liches are a bunch of nut jobs who hold themselves up in libraries. No one sees them for years and years. That's how long. Not that my ass cares. Hot soup to drink means more than any of that. Yeah, these days just blend together. These books just blend together. Even if I can't read, I know it. There's never one new thing under the sun. 1,000 years ago, we matched people to death. We macheted people to death, even. Now, we got more efficient weapons. 1,000 years in the future, we'll be flying through the sky and using, I don't know, clouds and stars to keep on killing. You know, we put houses on the moons, plant our own food. Maybe we won't have to keep fighting like this in the future. Maybe something even bigger will happen, and everyone will stop wanting to be up in arms. That's a Arknights infield reference. Ha! Ugh. Never mind. Let's get that next book burning. Sometimes I wonder if the work I'm doing is just me satisfying myself. Just trying to prove to myself that I'm still one of the awake. What Enos said, really. It keeps me up at night and nothing else. After all, Kazel's not going to be overflowing with people who can use a printing press. You need to get up to speed ASAP, boy. This isn't the classroom. I'm not obliged to teach you the ropes. You could just run your butt back to the countryside. How many more months is your internship? I'm sorry, sir. I just want to be scrupulous about my writing. Scrupulous? I don't want a goddamn catastropheology. Catastropheology. How would you say catastropheology? You would say catastropheology. Scrupulous. I don't want a goddamn catastropheology thesis. I want our circulation beating our union friends at Cavalreckley Sports. And I want them beaten hard, 24/7. If you're the office workers passing by the newsstand, or the inner city net news subscribers, is an essay titled Victoria Makes Massive Strides in Catastropheology going to pry your cash loose? But don't you think Sarcast Destroy Victoria is a little, for a headline? You think our readers want the truth? Even the Central Journal's top-tier subscribers aren't asking for the truth. You need to be spoon-fed them. You need to spoon-feed them worry, fear, feelings of superiority, slightly leading emotional appeals followed by hard verdicts, and then they'll want more. Then they'll pluck the cash out of their pockets. Then you'll guarantee your goddamn job. Who is it? You know what time it is right now. Huh? How long ago did that new courier truck leave with our plates? Half an hour ago. Is there some kind of breaking news from Victoria? No, you idiot. Move. We're going to the printers now. They should still be on shift. We can still make it. I'll give the chief editor a call. You write me a new lead article ASAP. Front page material. On what? My informant says Viviana, the Canlight, Nova Nightclub, Long AWOL. She's formally announcing retirement tomorrow. Quick. We need to be the first body in all of Casimiros to report on this. I want to prove to the GCC just which Rose paper editorial really matters most. Then, what about Victoria and the Shard? Who cares, boy? A million things happen a day. A million things a day happen on Terra. And we only need the most meaningful scoops out of them all. Remember that. Go to the cab already. Okay. Come mention, sir, there had always been unlicensed devils around here who run their own taxis. Have you noticed them kind of vanishing lately? The history of Sarkaz is the history of war itself. It is a lamentable fact. One I am loyal to. Yet still I attempt to prove to them that, slaughter aside, there are events about us worth being remembered, reflected on. Upon this land, those events that had the luck to be written of assiduously, those can be counted on one's fingers. And yet, even if I record these past affairs, this isn't what we agreed on. No stock means no stock, Donna. What you see is what you get. All Originium explosives are sold out. And the weapons I ordered? Are you expecting us to walk into that cave, team with Originium slugs and giant gloom pincers and heaven knows what other monsters and just tackle them with our bare hands? That's your problem to deal with, not mine. Listen here. You've been cruising the entire black market for the last 3 weeks and managed to get, what, half a dozen weapons? Less? What mercenary squad could possibly snatch everything up? Are they insane? Even Solar Valley Industries couldn't possibly buy this much. Was it a Lord of the Mirror? So which sad sack Lord of the Mirror got ripped off this time? I want a hint. We'll divert around. No, Lord of the Mirror. They were such a mystery, I couldn't say. It was probably the Pasha. And not just one. It might even be. What the hell are you feeding me? Pasha's not a shopping spree at the black market? In more than one? That's impossible. They have their own channels and multiple buying weapons in large bulk. Do you even know what that entails? All I've got is a blind guess. They went through several layers of middlemen and used some foreign firms to keep their hands extra clean. Every purchase happened to be some quantity that wouldn't raise suspicion, so if someone called a coincidence, it might just pass. But who in Sargon could ever monopolize all this so perfectly? Hey, buddy. You got my rides and supplies sorted? Yep. 4 cars, rations, water, tents, all good to go. Good. Here's the cash. When the hell did Spacer get that wealthy? No. I hear he and his band of mercs are planning to ditch Sargon. They rustled up all the money they have to head someplace else. Columbia, probably, or Victoria. Lots more devil mercs, career changing than usual, I feel like. What for? Don't all of Spacer's relatives live in Sargon? Does he not care about his old baba with the broken leg? Who knows? I've never been able to make heads or tails of how these devils think. Maybe they're just sick enough of desert and rainforest that they want to switch up their surroundings now. That'd be best case. It's been like this recently. Things just getting weird levels of complicated. Left and right. Makes no sense to me at all. Damn it. The only thing my grandpa ever had to figure out was which Lepori beast, Shorthorn, ran the slowest and made the best dinner for us. They didn't hit this many setbacks in their time, did they? Could be us rural Sargon people just feel it coming. It? Just like a Shorthorn. Once it gets intense, it'll knock you flat. Even if I write of these, write of our dialects, and our recipes, of peasant wives' songs, of a chief courier's great drunken boasts, of romance in the trenches, or of graffiti in the ruins. These things, in the face of our suffering, pale beyond mention. They are reduced even to an irony of sorts, seeming to inform my readers, if I even have any, that we'd be best served using violence to wrest them back. That was never my intent. Even so, I have no right to be serving you my verdict. The messenger should be here by now. Some fanciful girl steal his heart on the way again? I've had enough of this tardy excuses by now. Is there anyone who can drill into his head how much his job matters? He won't be coming. Postal messenger Arthur Morrison is dead. Dead? Executed on grounds of treason. Treason? Who in the land are you? I'm doing my job. Cooperate and you'll make both our lives a lot easier. Tell me what you know about Arthur Morrison, please. Hardly knew him, really. Just that he was the only postal messenger around who'd make the run to Londinium. My own daughter goes to university there, so him and I only exchanged the odd word. He was a treasonist. Was he taking Sarkaz's help? My girl wrote to me about how Londinium's been littered with him lately. A wretch. Knew it was the scoundrel the first time, at the first moment. Trust him to gang up with the devils. Got what he deserved. No. Our comprehension is that Arthur Morrison served Ursus. Ursus? But... And you were his co-worker, Mr. Wesley Rowett. Huh? Oh, sir, surely you must be joking. I'm a feline born and bred. I've been playing potatoes here all my life. Couldn't speak you a word of Urson. There must be some misunderstanding here. I know potatoes couldn't afford your daughter's tuition at the Victoria National University. If you insist on being stubborn, I can free you of your other arm, too. Don't waste my time. No resistance of yours is meaningful. So the rumors were true. And Ursus was right. Londinium's been occupied. For the past month, I haven't gotten a single word from the place. Not even the tiniest hearsay. Those goddamn Sarkaz. Disgraced us. Murdered us. Enslaved us. And you self-professed protectors of Victoria. What have you done? Don't you have anyone in Londinium? A dear friend, a father, mother, a child? Of course. You're bigger than that. You gotta pull them out safe. Yeah, you do. But as peasant class, no. We thought we could send our children to great old Londinium, to the heart of Victoria, where surely they'd grow beyond our wildest expectations. And now... they're laborers of the Sarkaz, slaves to them, in our own country's capital. Those devils are turning Victoria's tempest on Victoria itself, and you people are just letting it happen. You can never hope to grasp Victoria's motives with your shallow insight. All you need to do is take me to your intel exchange. As if I would... Excuse me? An ashen lance burst forth from his body. The man facing him thrust his hands out, an attempt to allay the fear of his chest being run through. His hands, the instant they touch that deep impurity, are warped and withered. From afar comes a racked breath, spine-chilling. It's me. Cashire's flowers bloom for spring. Close all comms. If I haven't initiated contact again in 15 minutes, abandon this town immediately. May I have the strength not to drown in the flower scent. In the height of midsummer, he exhales frigid mist. He cannot cower. He cannot shrink. He must establish communications with the opposite side. In Victoria's name. Where is it? 11, 29, 1. Code word. He must not look back. They must not catch sight of each other. He only hopes his adversary is fully aware to abide by the rules of this little game. He can't tether a beast. He can tether a beast, but not a poltergeist. Snowflakes whirl about, jet black sinking into the soil of Victoria. A long, slender shadow stretches out from underfoot. He knows. It's right behind him. How close? His heart pounds like thunder. Black breaths clamor at his back. All around him, dead silence. I need an explanation. "93. Code word. This operation has not received royal assent. We will not pardon any breach of authority. The treasonous have all been executed. Over." Understood. We've never met before. He's gone. Sir Trilby Asher, our surveillance picked up... Your surveillance picked up nothing. The fact he could enter and leave us alive, that declares where Victoria nurses stand. All this needs to be reported directly to the Duke. Wesley Rowan was cornered and took his own life. The mission is over. Seems to me like the armies and the Emperor aren't on the same page. But any action we take could succeed in bringing about their consolation. They haven't settled on their plans yet, but their empire, their fear, that will make their decision for them. Tell me, has my work fallen among the firewood too? Are all Sarkaz's lives, save for being lit aflame, devoid of any meaning? Then, why do I still insist on recording? Why do I still insist on writing? Because while my history of war recounts our destruction time and time again, it is my wish to leave the song of every soldier after the fighting is over, as they turn their gazes to yonder Casdell. Tour 7. 3 cars. 15 plus riders. They've been following us forever, but they're staying wary. Following this entire time. Just following. Why not tell W to hang a U-turn? Maybe they'd be happy to say hi. You get some free Londinium souvenirs. Souvenirs? Inside that giant ball of arts they're hand-shaping? I'm treasuring the last few close shaves just fine, thanks. The way these mercs are working doesn't add up. Especially the way they're hunting us. No, not hunting. They're driving us off. They want us away from Londinium.
Aww, our high and mighty General Manfred's sparing your life. Isn't that sweet of him? You sure you two didn't swear a blood oath? Want to take his kind advice, scoot back to Casdell and teach some slum kiddos how to read? My point is, who let you out of the military commission's dungeon? You were going walkies outside of Londinium's walls by the time I picked you up.
My cell was left unguarded for a while. I thought it was a trap at first, but now I think I'm in something worse. Sure, he can be roundabout with me, hinting for me to go resolve some pain in the ass affair, but I think I'd prefer him just killing me than That would have been easier. Not to mention, we still aren't sure what pain in the ass we're even solving. Then don't bother with it. W, can you speed up a little? It's time we said goodbye to this clean convoy of send-offs.
Yeah, my second-hander here is not going to stand up to much abuse. Good news, though. We just hit a minefield. Late half an hour early by yours personally. Now, butts and seats.
This looks to me like you're just fording Bomb River.
Ha! I left them the bigger share, I promise.
Stop the car once we circle that forest ahead. From there, we'll get off and proceed on foot. A vehicle's too large of a target, and they catch up sooner or later anyway. Here's hoping you do remember where you buried every mine, W. Well, hooray for us. We're all in one piece.
How's that? I did remember. Well, a couple went off, but, what was the term? Tectonic movement did it.
They haven't caught up. I think we've successfully thrown them off. We need more information. Ideally, we rendezvous with Rhodes Island ASAP. Ascalon and the Doctor are on Windermere's warship right now. There's a few things I'm very uneasy about. What did you see? It's just intuition. The less I see any problem, the more uneasy I am. You guys met this doctor, and now they're Rhodes Island's doctor. I can't give you the full verdict yet, but there's no doubt that, in a sense, the doctor is weakened. And I don't mean that in any negative way, but maybe it's not a weak doctor we need so much right now.
You sure? Who knows, some Rhodes op or some random thing that happened in Chernobog. And just like that, I get a knife plane on my back.
Are you really as skeptical as you would like to tell us, W?
Hard to say. There's an old hag kind of keeping me at arm's length from their beloved doctor.
W. You spent plenty of time walking this battlefield. Any ideas?
Ha! I've just been prodding this way and that like some bug. Can't organize a sensible military op. So all I do is sit on my front row seat and spectate the most magical city siege modern society has to offer. Huh. Chaos. Sometimes, I even have to wonder at this point, is anyone actually conducting this battle? Royal Court's legions couldn't work together to save their lives. Who gives a shit about all the small fry corps scuttling in from the four corners to try and live their dreams of Victorian vengeance? Well, the ultimate mastermind here is Theresa's. So this chaos has to have been planned down to the last detail. He wasn't juggling some strategic Lollapalooza. He just set the stage.
And now, he's waiting. As for what he's waiting for, I don't want to guess. We can't just go brain dumb and reach out to the doctor or Dr. Calcit, hoping they'll give us the orders. We suffered enough with Babel. We need us to seize the initiative. There's a source of info that might be more open to us than ever in our current position.
What position? The pathetic little creepy crawlies?
Essentially, Sarkaz. Right. And just on the off chance, have either of you heard of any method to kill a lich?
What? I want to see more of those three, actually. I'm really excited for this. Hey, what's up, Lahai's? Welcome in. Let me scroll up real quick. Mary Have a Little Lamb would be a nice little persona. It'd be a Persona 5 persona specifically, right? Because I don't think the other personas have done necessarily stuff based off books, but that'd be a cute one. They're burning all the manga and comics. Clearly they're not, though. They're not burning stuff with manga and comics because they said only a few of them had images.
Catastrophology. Catastrophology? Catastrophology. That sounds correct. Instead of catastrophology. Catastrophology. That makes sense. I hope they never put that word in again, though. And Vivi goes to Lithuania and the Zulingstrom event starts. It's actually kind of fitting, Ben, that we did Zulingstrom right before this. Lapland stole their taxis. I did like that. There was both the Viviana reference for Zulingstrom, and there was also the Lapland taxi reference. There was no Lapland reference, but I also, when I read taxi, I did think about Lapland. So execute order 66. It does feel like that. Like everyone just like is just doing their things now. It is the funny hack guy from the Garrig event, my favorite. They made him a real character now, Lahais. It's insane. He's like in the main story. I like the Ho Squad. I said this before. My biggest thing with most of the Arknights story is I only care about like 5 characters. And like the majority of them are in Rhodes Island. So when it's the main story, if it's not about like Amiya or Calcit or the Doctor, it really has to like make me like them a lot. And W is a character that I like a lot. So seeing W and Enos and Hoder having their own little dysfunctional little trio act, that's one that I think works really well. Mostly because I think W is a very fun wild card kind of character. Let me just switch this over to 3, by the way. It's a little family road trip. They're on not anymore. Well, it's still a road trip. They're just not in a car anymore. But 13.2, the injury at hand. We're all longing for the future, but what do we do right now? Lindemian's secondary defense artillery. Once fully charged, deals area true damage to both allies. Oh no, it is still the same thing. Wait, was it always secondary defense artillery? Or did they switch the name because we're indoors now? It hasn't always been secondary defense artillery, has it? Oh, it always has been. Oh shit. I thought they were being cute with the name. Never mind. Oh no! I don't like the mechanic. That mechanic sucks. Environmental conditions. Touches of the Sanguine Arc have significantly increased HP. I don't know what those are. I think those are the red guys. This one's kind of nice. At least the blue boxes are far enough apart from each other. I might be able to run a, theoretically, all you have to do for this is just do this. If we're cracked with it. I don't know. It doesn't look like there's anything else. It looks like this is back to normal DPU rules, so that's good at least. It does make sense. Oh, both story. Oh, it makes sense like gameplay. It makes sense both story-wise and also just like name-wise. Well, I understand. Hopefully we go back inside Londinium at some point soon, because I hope that this can't be the entire. What would this mechanic be actually? Do you know who the boss of this is, and do you know what the mechanic would be for this? We did Steam Knight. We did the twins. I don't want the answer to this, but I'm trying to think if I know what the 14 is obviously going to be Teresa's or something related to him. What would the boss of this be? I don't think I know what the it'd be no. I don't think you actually fight the Sanguine Arc at all. If it's not the Sanguine Arc or the other dude, I don't know. Huh? It's hot. The sun is burning. I'm burning. Don't think this boss has been any other event. Okay, then yeah, I wouldn't know. Same thing with like Teresa. Teresa hasn't been in any other event because he's like the big boss. But like, yeah, I didn't know if like I had seen this in an event yet. So I don't think I know what this boss is. I'm a little excited for that now. I get to be fully like Shadow Mechanics in one of the Triple S current maps. Oh, luckily I don't play Triple S. I probably should. I really need to get mats for that at some point, but I technically don't know what it is right now. Is that the exit? What is this? Are we in JoJo part 3 when they're in the desert fighting the sun? Is that the exit? A few steps further. Just put one foot in front of the other. Maybe the fire. Maybe the fire, the anger, the pain, and the regret are all just figments of my imagination. Or maybe the exit is. I don't know. But they're watching behind me. Those eyes. Are they judging me? Or just waiting to see how I'll carry the burden of their deaths? They were great men with tremendous accomplishments. My commander and the legendary Sarkaz Scout, and the captain, the last pure-blood Wendigo. They're all dead. Before me. Behind me. All that's left is sad little me. Worthless me. They died, so I could live. What do they expect of me? I can't think about it. I can't. I can't let their death be meaningless. I have to face the sun, even if it burns me. Burn me to cinders, so that in their mighty company, I shall not be ashamed. I like this. This is a cute little cozy campfire. This looks like the camp from like W's base W skin. Ugh.
You have a knack for waking up right at shift change, don't you? Is this the result of all that hard training, guard?
Percival. I stretch as much as I'm allowed to, and not sleep particularly well. On top of the series of nightmares, the old wound in my leg aches. I almost ran straight into the Victorian battlefield lines in order to catch up with 9. The infected I'm in charge of are used to being spat on, used to not having hope, but they've never been on a real battlefield. They were scared headless. I was one of the better ones. I hate that I'm used to it. It took a lifetime's worth of good luck for us to make it to the camp in one piece. Just too hot, even at night. How long until the shift change?
50 minutes. You can sit a while longer.
I'll go wash my face.
What's with your leg? You're limping. Have the crystals spread?
No. Not yet. Give me my towel, Percival. It's to your left.
Floral pattern?
Yeah. Percival raises an eyebrow. I want to say it was a gift from the owner of that County Peninsula textile factory. Red has one just like it. The old man had creases all over his face. He was lucky that his crystals grew on his belly, so all he needed to do was wear a shirt. Hopefully, he's still hiding them.
Never mind. You brought back more hands than expected. Looks like the situation in the provinces is deteriorating, even before they turn to war zones.
The impact is bigger than I thought. The nobles are turning a blind eye, pretty much as expected. Those towns made a living trading with the caravans. They're left hanging with the convoys till Londinium stopped on account of the war.
Yo, what's up, Nomacito? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Happy Tuesday, Raiders, welcome in. Ace Windfall Fighting Pilot Extraordinaire at your service. We're currently rocking through the Arknights Chapter 13 in our quest to catch up to the Arknights main story. Noma, hope your stream is good. Hope your... Oh, Expedition 33 was good. I've always heard very, very good things about it.
So I hope it's been treating you just as well as I've heard.
Nomasidu, Raiders, you've had a long stream. If you need to head out, relax, lurk, or do anything else, by all means, please do. But otherwise, feel free to sit back and enjoy some Arknights lore. Made quite a bit of progress, and the story is really great. I've had multiple people stressing to me how important this game is. So I'm not surprised that you're enjoying quite a bit. Very, very nice. Right now in the story, to catch up, we're doing Chapter 13. It's about the war in Londinium, and this is Guard, who is... Correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, correct me if I'm wrong then. Guard was, like, it talked about the captain and it talked about the scout. This is
Scout is Scout, and the captain... Wait, hold on. My commander, and the legendary Sark has Scout, and the... Wait, hold on. So the guard was... Wait, hold on. I don't know who guard is, I don't think. My initial thought was like, oh, guard is, was there in the first chapter of Arknights with, Ace and Scout. And the legendary Sark has Scout, I would think would be Scout. But the captain, that's part of Scout Squad. Okay, so that's correct. Guard is the guard. That's also true. But the captain is last pure about Wendigo. That'd be Papa, right? That'd be the dude. Vanguard Operator Guard, no shot. They won't do that to him. I will say, is this the first time you see his sprite? Maybe at the end of, maybe he showed up at the end of chapter 12, but like, Patriot, thank you. My God, I was like, my brain was like breaking. I couldn't think of Patriot's name. He was left when Ami and Doc were rescued. That's what I was gonna say. Like he was with Scout and Ace and them, and had to be left behind for any number of reasons, right? Because there was such a hectic little event, right? And Scout and Ace ended up, you know, dying heroically there. And so I figured he was also there, but I don't think he looked like this. I imagine he had like the generic mask on, and now he's like a named, even though his name is still Guard, he's like a named Guard now. Because I feel like I would have remembered him, because I like his design. It's very simple, but it's very good. Because it's all... I like characters that have, like, just a handful, like, colors that really, like... It's a lot of really basic tones, and you just have the blue little highlights, like, here and here, which are all the Arknights. Like, all the operators have, like, the same, like, black with little blue highlights, which, again, the basic operator design in Arknights, I think, is one of the best parts about it, and that it's just your standard, very basic, tactical... No frills or anything like that. So I really like Guard's design. So he joined Patriot Squad. That would explain it. So he was originally in Rhodes Island, was left behind. Patriot came by, picked him up. That's why he joined Rhodes, because clearly he's in, this is dealing with Reunion right now. He's clearly in Reunion now at this point. Okay. And so now this is like him just trying to find like his place in a way. Back in the story in Chapter 7, when Calcit and Coke came back to Chernobog. Okay, he didn't have this sprite, though. He had a different sprite then. I do remember him. Then. It was Guard. That was Guard. Okay, yes. He just had, like, a generic sprite, didn't he? Because we were like, oh my god, it's Guard. And I was like, I don't know who this is. And now it makes a lot more sense, because it was, like, a generic-looking dude, and I was like, I don't know who this is. Why is this guy important? And he was, yeah, he, like... They find him in, like, a warehouse or whatever like that, and he's, like, bringing them away, and he was the one that, like, was able to get people to rendezvous. Okay, yeah. They should have given him this sprite. I would have paid more attention. Those towns made a living trading with the caravans. They're left hanging with the convoys till Londinium stopped on account of the war. The infected are always the first to get hit when things go south. They used to be able to plant a few crops on the edge of town, and villagers were willing to trade with them here and there. Money is money, after all, whoever it's from. It's easy to do the respectable thing when life is decent. Yeah, things are different now. Yeah, it's almost time for the bean harvest. These infected spent the last season watering their fields, caring for their crops. But they've chosen to run off and join us now, abandoning the harvest that would have been waiting for them in a few months. And those to come in the future. They would rather leave. They must be desperate. We infected may be used to this kind of deprivation, but we can't come to the same conclusion every time. Are you still resting, sir? Hey, your voices. You're awake. You again. I said. Are you taking the night shift now? Supper? And canned food from Victoria. Not the best in terms of taste, but convenient. Cigarettes, wine. Bit of pick-me-up in the middle of the night. Pretty clean, all things considered. Razors, arts units, you name it. What about you, Percival? Would you like some hair cream? Nah, I used to find this stuff these days. Usually only the officers who carry it, after all. officers don't die so often?
No, just hard to dig them out from the heap. They're usually at the bottom, you know.
You need medicine again?
Well, I haven't been feeling my best. A lot of pain, occasional hallucination. Scared the rocks could start growing into my brain. It's not going to get any better if you keep digging in those dusty craters. The best we can do is basic medicine that slows the progression of the condition. Don't expect it to save your life. I know.
I know you're reselling our medicine. This bunch of infected told me that they bought oropathy meds from a Sarkaz on a motorbike, that they worked okay.
Well, but... made some decent money, didn't you? How about we decide your punishment based on how many coins you have in your pocket? I was just making sure that stuff got where it's needed. There's a war going on after all.
You won't get another warning. But at least the meds made it to them. But we don't have enough messengers to deliver them to everyone.
Won't happen again, I promise. Just a little bit, a few pills. I'll run a fever for days.
Guard? Put in a form for him. Make sure he's registered this time.
Thank you.
Don't thank us. Thank the doctors. They went from elite to pariah when they contracted oropathy in their labs, and their companies didn't want to pay the insurance. It's not an easy change to accept. Fortunately, they heard of the reunion and came looking for us.
What about your old stomping grounds?
I'm more than just grateful to them. But they'll never forgive me. I chose this path on my own.
We just don't have the same grade of equipment that Rose Island does.
Well,
we're not really developing medicine either.
Right. We don't take medicine to get well. Just to live a little longer. There is no medicine that will cure oropathy. I still remember the operators hurrying around medical on the side of Dr. Calcit in her lab when I was at Rose Island. If there is no hope for an oropathy cure, if there is a hope for an oropathy cure, then it's at Rose Island. I still feel a sense of pride for having been part of it, even though I have no right to, because I chose betrayal. But when will the day come when a cure for oropathy is found? 50 years? 100 years? 1,000? What do the infected do before then? Oropathy is no longer just a condition. It is a symbol of hatred, victimization, blame, and alienation. Everyone here has a story, and they are all alike. What good is medicine in the face of all of that? It is like rowing against the tide. The land is not a glorious one of morality and kindness. That's why we can't turn away from violence. Shameful as it is, it's powerful. But maybe. No. That's something for the distant future. What's your name?
Me? Medicine peddler? Man on bike? I'm not the kind of guy anyone needs to remember.
That's not a name.
Okay, let me think of a cool one. What's going on?
Shouting, and the sound of weapons clanging. Go hide in the back, Sarkaz. Percival, go and reassure the civilians that just joined us. They're scared enough as is. I put a hand on the sword on my belt. It is always at the ready. You really want me to kill you? You men are in no shape to fight. Our warriors surround a group of bruised and dirty Victorian soldiers. Their sergeant is panting, with fresh wounds on his body. Was this really an attack? What's going on, 9? They sneaked into the village from the north. Romanek took a bolt. The doctor is taking care of him now. They're out of their minds trying to attack our camp with just 21 men, including a handful on stretchers.
Ha! Look what we have. Look at what we have in the heartland of our country. A stone's throw from our great capital. A swarm of damn reunion infected. Come, kill me if you dare, or I'll kill you all. Conspirators, agitators, rioters, murderers. Blight. You're a blight. No wonder the war is going badly. Those barbaric devils could never beat us. The real enemy is among us, behind our backs. Wherever there's a disorder, you infected are never far away.
Looks like you just came back from the front lines. Low morale, poor organization, hastily wrapped wounds, obsolete equipment. You don't look like professional soldiers. Conscripts? We're from the Duke of Fief's 4th Battalion. What's the name of the company again? Blackstream Squad and East Tim Squad? Do you have a doctor here?
Shut up, soldier, and ready your weapon.
But Sergeant, Victor.
This is an order. Ready your weapon.
Keep your voice down, Victorian. There are civilians sleeping in the camp. Victorian civilians.
Civilians? Victoria would have given them the life they deserve if they didn't join you to become criminals and malcontents. Why are all the scum in this land infected? Why is every gangster, bandit, devil, and reunion traitor infected? Why is the Honorable Duke of Fief not infected? Why is His Majesty Frederick III not infected? Why are honest and upright folk not infected? Do people become despicable because they're infected? Or do they become infected because they're despicable?
What about you? Is despicability infectious too?
How dare you!
Enough! The Victorian sergeant's eyes widen as he turns to one side, trying to hide his arm from my sight. His lips tremble, but no words come out. We're all despicable scum now. Aren't we, sir?
I'm different. This isn't honorable!
Your arm. I can see the crystals protruding from it. Your condition is progressing rapidly.
I'm fighting and killing Sarkas for my country. I just got a bit of dirt on it. Maybe devil blood.
What'd you learn in boot camp? Didn't they teach you anything about active originium zones? The instructor just told us to aim and pull the trigger. That's what we spent our 2 weeks on. I take you weren't issued any inhibitors either. Inhibitors? 9. I think they're all infected. It can't be. I just got a physical 1 week ago, and I was in perfect health. 1 week. Could be a rapid onset, or they lied to you to keep you on the front lines.
Shut up!
How long have the ones on the stretchers been unconscious? They're in critical condition. What? Death and disintegration from acute condition is dangerous to both you and us. You were right to have the unconscious lying face up on the stretchers to prevent suffocation. But did you check their backs? Suddenly silent, the sergeant walks towards the stretcher, as they're trying to turn the man lying on it over, but withdraws his hand as soon as it touches the soldier. The sergeant looks helpless, like he's facing a deadly tusk beast that could spit lightning and poison, one that could leap at him at any moment. But the man is his comrade. Before they were comrades, they might have been cousins, tilling the same piece of land together. I sigh and sit the unconscious Victorian soldier up. There is no need to remove his jacket. Originium crystals have pierced the clothing on his back.
Heavens. Victor! Damn it! I shouldn't have taken him long. His dad would kill him, then kill me if he learned that his son was infected. Sark has used witchcraft to infect us. I knew it. It's the devil's curse. It's not enough that they defile our land, but now they want to defile our souls too.
That's enough. Sarkas are naturally susceptible to infection, and their soldiers are overwhelmingly infected. When you kill them, or you get infected and they kill you. If there's no one to clean up the bodies... I said no more. I heard a sound. It's a familiar sound, whether in Rimbilliton, Rose Island, or here and now. The sound that every infected fears most. The sound of us shattering. I've heard sounds in the trenches. You told me it was artillery, Sergeant.
It was artillery! Our enemy will use anything and everything to destroy us and our country, including their own deaths. Devils, bandits, Terrans. There was none of this crap during His Majesty Frederick III's reign. We must expel this scum from Victoria. What can we do? Can we save Victor? We dwell in the blessing of glorious Victoria.
What an idiot. I'll say this again. You're an infected. Very infected. In case this isn't clear to you, like us, like everyone else here, you're going to die.
I like Guard. I'm on Team Guard now.
Giving a character a face makes them a lot more likable.
And also giving them an inner monologue where they're actually like the protagonist of that scene also kind of helps. Whereas like in chapter 7 and 8, and where Guard was there, he was not a protagonist, and everyone was just like, I don't know about you, Guard. You seem kind of suspicious. And he's like, I don't know. Like I like this Guard a lot more. I like that you're getting more reunion stuff as well. Because reunion in Act 2 just kind of like shows up every so often, and like it felt very just like, what's reunion doing? Why do they keep showing up? What's going on here? But like, I'm hoping that there's gonna be more reunion in this chapter that actually like makes me be like, oh, this is why reunion's here. I get it. I'm about it. Let's go. Because like at the end of chapter 12, like near the end of it, like doesn't Tallulah show up again? And like it's like Tallulah and Nine are talking like in the wilderness or whatever, and it's like, why are they here? I don't know what's going on. What's the point of having them here? And now I want to. They're gonna build up a story with this now. I also like Percival. I think she's cute. Sometimes taking away someone's face makes them more likable too. Explain further, you. I'm interested in what you mean by this. Having someone with a face and then taking it away? You're gonna go. I assume they're gonna go top first. Yeah. Mimikyu. Ooh. That's a decent example. Like that. Yeah, that's a really good example, because when you said that originally, I was thinking like, oh, like a mob character, right? I'm a very big fan of mob characters, but mob characters don't have a face inherently. They're always faceless, right? Mimikyu is a good example because you know what Pikachu is. Pikachu's like one of the most known characters in the entire world. And so like that's a good example of like there was a face and then you take it away. Kind of in a way. Obviously Mimikyu is actually the thing under the Pikachu mask, but you get the point I'm trying to make with that. Oh, maybe Mudrock should have been on top. Who's going down here? Mudrock might have should have been up top. We'll find out. That's why face stealers are famous. Because taking away someone's face makes them more likable? Is that why Ko, the face stealer from Avatar fame, is so... I'm just imagining now it's like... The way that you say face stealers are famous, specifically, it's like... I'm just imagining like a Tumblr post which is like, the baby girl, and it's Ko, the face stealer from Avatar. I'm a little bit scared about this situation I have here, because this should have been Mudrock up here. Uh-oh.
I don't think Chong is living this. Call me crazy, but I don't think there's any way Mudrock wrestles back aggro from this. I think the other thing, actually, it's not just the fact that they didn't have a face, but I want to go back after this. Someone remind me to go back after this and look, because if he had a sprite, was the sprite like unique, or was it just the generic mob sprite? Because that's the other thing. Because it's not just the idea that someone has a face or not. It's more specifically if they have a unique face, I guess. Because whenever I think about someone faceless, then I start thinking about like Judge Dredd. Is that who I'm thinking of, right? Like any character that Carl Urban plays, right? Where he like he actually like wears the mask and is like respectful of, like, yeah, this character does not show their face for multiple reasons. Like Halo, John Spartan, John 117 Halo. That's another character that doesn't have a face, but they have a unique design that is in and of itself something distinct. Whereas, like, if you show me like the generic medic operator from Arknights and be like, oh, this is a specifically named generic medic operator, it will be like, it's not the same. I still like generic medic operator, don't get me wrong. I still think that's a really cute design, but the mask is basically, yes, you're right, actually. Where you can still get something there, which is something unique to that mask. Or even in like, yeah, going further into Halo, right? You have Master Chief, you have John 117. He's like the guy. But like, there are other different types of masks as well. So for all the other different Spartans, like, they all have a very similar design, but they all have their different like color schemes and different things that make them unique. I think it's that one, but with a hood. Oh, okay. I do want to go back and look at this, because I felt like it didn't have anything, or was something like the really, really generic version. And that's what I want to look at, is I just want to confirm that, like, because in part of it was because everyone was just like, oh, guard, I don't trust him, he seems kind of suspicious. But because he didn't, like, until you specifically said, like, oh yeah, guard was this person from chapter 7 where he helped him out with Patriot Squad, I was like, I don't remember this guy at all. And part of that might be because he didn't have a unique sprite at all. Or maybe if he had a unique sprite, like you said, if it was just the normal one with the thing. Bye, Chong. Actually, hold on. Oh! Whoa! Myrtle's skill was up. He was a 4-block for that time. Because he was a 1-block, blocking 2 and blocking 2 of these, so he was a 3-block. Myrtle skill was up, that made him a 4-block. Myrtle skill dropped right when the nuke dropped. It went unhurt. That's not good for Mudrock, though. We got a 2319 over here. That was great timing, except for the fact that Mudrock actually should not have taken that shot. It should have actually gone up there to just deal with them, but make it work. Give me Tage. I'll leave Chong up there. He's doing his best. The first time I saw an infected shatter was in the middle of a lake. I was 7, young and innocent. It was my dream to become captain of the Miners' Patrol. I get to stay up late at night, wear a cool uniform, and walk around with a bright torch. Most families in Rimbilliton made their living in mining, digging, and processing ore. We did everything to prevent infection. But accidents happen. One day, the adults came home early. Mother and the other woman of the house whispered in a corner. The men smoked in silence until the entire room was filled with that acrid scent. In between coughs, I ran around the living room, pretending to be a surveyor looking for new veins in a fog-filled valley. Dad grabbed me by the collar and put me to bed. I woke up earlier than usual the next day. I was trying to grab a can of soda while nobody was watching. Grandma was sitting in the living room next to her luggage. She said she was going on a journey. I pestered her to let me go with her. She could never say no to me. She said I could come a short way with her, then I had to go back home. We saw a salt lake in the distance. It was a shallow one that only appeared in the rainy season, but it rained a lot that year. We couldn't see the other side of the lake. Grandma told me that it was as far as I could go. I said, all right. She made me promise, like when she made me promise that I would be a good boy when I first went to school. But I wasn't a good boy anymore. I quietly followed her, hiding behind a bush when she got to the lakeside. Grandma got onto a boat with a few people on it. They all had strange stones growing out of their bodies, and one of them was wrapped up in a blanket. The boatman turned on the engine. I watched from the shore as the boat disappeared into the fog. I was confused. Grandma didn't say anything to me on our way. It was like an ordinary picnic trip. I was about to turn around, thinking about where I would have breakfast before going home. Then I heard a sound, like crystal shattering. I turned around and saw originium dust spraying into the air, mixing with the fog, reflecting an eerie glow in the sun. It was like a dream. Was that how you got infected? No, I was lucky. That time. Maybe it really was a dream, brought about by a summer morning. But I never saw Grandma again, and my family never talked about her anymore. She was always thoughtful and cautious. It wasn't like her to let a child follow her, putting him in danger. For once, though, she made a selfish choice on her journey. She wanted to spend just a little more time with her grandson. Maybe she even wanted to give me a hug. Now I remember. I didn't even get to show her my report card that semester. It was the best I ever did in school. The sounds of the forest stopped. The flickering light shining through the shadows of the trees no longer moved. Then came the sound of lament and painful moaning. On your guard, Red. The Victorians have stopped. It looks like they're planning to make camp. Here? It's only a few hundred meters from our camp. They no longer have their strength to cover their tracks. Who knows if there's a scouting party shadowing them somewhere. Red's hands never stopped, even as he complains, cutting away the bothersome vines. We approach their position and see their flickering shadows through the sparse brushes. Soldiers lie on the ground in exhaustion, hopelessly burying their heads amongst the falling leaves. The sergeant sits down on a rock, silently polishing his sword, the only weapon he has left. I guess they just didn't have the strength to go any further. These people don't have the luxury to think. They're still living in a dream. It'll all pass. Are they really just separated from the rest of the army? These Victorians are lucky. They face a gentle exit. They face a gentle exile, not the swords of their comrades. It's not easy to accept that you're infected. We should wait for them to understand who they are, and for them to make a choice. Do you really mean to take them in? These soldiers? We're weak. So are they. What's the plan, then? Finish the shift, and notify the sentries. Expand the patrols to include this camp. The infected stand together. Stand together. Pretty words. Of course, we had to stand together. What other choice did we have? But are the words stand together so simple that we fail to appreciate their true meaning? Or apathy changed all our lives equally, robbed us of all our futures equally? But is what is taken from a farmer who has to pay his taxes out of seeds stored for next year's planting equal to what is taken from a wealthy merchant with a safe full of pure gold? When what we had to begin with was not equal, neither are the choices that survive deprivation. Who are we really standing together with, then? You're Tallulah, right?
Founder of the Reunion, leader of the infected. They say you did great things in Ursus.
All the infected Victoria are talking about you. Is it true that you captured a city?
A city for the infected? Is it still there?
I'm no leader. I'm just a member of the Reunion movement. Have some porridge. We're setting out soon.
Tell us more about your city, Tallulah. No need to hang your head. I suppose things didn't go so smoothly if you're in Victoria now.
Of course the uninfected wouldn't let us win that easily, after trampling on us for so long.
What does it matter if those scum tripped you up once? You're a Reunion. We all believe in you.
Tallulah looks down at the pot she is stirring, serving bowl after bowl of hot porridge. The steam from the pot obscures her vision. Careful. It's hot. They all believe in you. So, what do you think about that, huh? Being the hope of so many.
You're a veteran for Ursus, aren't you? What are you talking about?
Valia. I know. Sorry. Couldn't resist.
Is it true that there was a bit of trouble at the camp yesterday?
It's fine. All taken care of. Stop crowding Tallulah like that and start packing. We have a long way to go today.
Oh yeah. I still fertilizer to load onto the truck.
And it's not you Reunion anymore.
Oh yeah. We're Reunion 2 now. See you later.
Guard. It's fine. No need to say anything. I take the bowl of porridge from Tallulah. She's very pale. There are things we can't tell them yet. I know. It's your decision. Reunion can't collapse again. I'm the banner that you rally to in Victoria. I accept that. But I'm deceiving them. I'm still... It's no more or less than you deserve. It's none of my business whether you see this as an honor or punishment for your crimes. What the others need is hope. Are you going to tell them you were under the influence of an evil god, and everything that happened at Chernobog was an Ursan plot? I would rather our organization be built on a lie. We were built on a lie back then, too. I know. Payback will come someday. But at least this time we lied for the infected. There are no second chances for a reunion. I hope we don't go down the same path you did. What did that sister of yours say in Chernobog? Until the day when the infected are judged fairly. I'll wait. I'll be your tool until that day comes. Excuse me. What are you doing here, Victorian? I'm not armed. Your sentries searched me. I caught a whiff. My brothers haven't eaten in 4 days. Some of them, I don't know, they don't look good. I have a lighter here, and do you want brass buttons? If you could be so kind as to trade some bread for these. I know it's not enough. I have a bunch of good leather back at home in Blackstream. Once I get back, I'll sell it and pay you back double. The young man gazes hungrily at the pot, his hand grabbing his own uniform tightly, perhaps out of nervousness, or trying to straighten it out to look more presentable. Tallulah puts a bowl of porridge before him. You can take what's left in the pot. Thank you. Here's the lighter. Sometimes you need to click it a few times before it lights. And the button... I take the lighter and grab the hand, trying to rip the buttons off. It's fine. Eat. He practically pours the food down his throat. Where's your sergeant? I don't know. We haven't seen him all morning. I was worried he would barge into your camp again. Say, did you hear any sounds in the night? Like artillery fire? No reports of anything like that. Never mind. Everyone's gone mad. Us. Them. There's no sane man left on the front. Sounds like things are rough out there. Rough, huh? No idea what the Sarkas are using against us. They have no battleships, no armored vehicles. I thought the devils were just barbarians fighting our armies with swords and bows. How wrong we were. Could you imagine an entire squad of Sarkas casters casting their arts at the same time? It's more terrifying than the artillery ballista fire. Get hit by a shell and you might lose an arm or a leg. Fragments digging themselves into your flesh, causing terrible pain. The Sarkas, they turn the battlefield to the hell of ladder and tails. I saw armored vehicles pierced by lightning bolts of blood. My mates melted into puddles of gore. Imagine it would turn out like this when the Duke of Fief's men dragged me out of the cis-beast pens. Forget it. I'd rather not think about anything. Thanks for the porridge. I'll bring the pot back later. You can keep it. We have plenty of them. And it might be of use to you. Thank you so much. I'll never forget it. Are you leaving? Where are you going? This is pretty much a battlefield now, and it's Victorian lands all around. For the infected. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Forget I said anything. The soldier hurries to leave, grabbing the side of the pot with his one good hand and supporting the bottom with the limp arm, grimacing at the heat. I reach into my pocket and dig out what I just got from the doctor. Hey, wait. I go up to him and put the vial of medicine in his pocket. What's this? It'll relieve some of the worst symptoms. You can share with the others. I'll visit Blackstream and collect what you owe me. Sir. Go. You'll love our village. Thanks. You really are like the Rhodes Islanders. I heard you were the one who found the doctors We knew how to make the medicine. To be honest, what we're making hardly even qualifies as medicine compared to the suppressants that I knew. Rhodes Island offers low-cost treatment plans, but at the end of the day, they're a company. They need research funding, and they have corporate due diligence to deal with. Who knows how many eyes are on them in Kashmir as in Colombia? That's why you persuaded Nine to go north. The warriors say there's a factory there. A tiny pharmaceutical factory. So small it's barely even a workshop. It's not even on a nomadic plate. That one little piece of land was once the salvation of many infected. That is, till it grew big enough that it caught people's attention. Some of the ones driven out of there joined us, and that's how we heard the story. It's deep in the forest, where nobody's watching. We need medicine, even if it's just a pale imitation of the real thing. But more importantly, it was once a starting point of Victoria's reunion movement. We have to unite those scattered across Victoria. We have to tell them that help has come. I've seen plenty of infected self-help organizations. Kind souls helped us from time to time, but in the end, none of them lasted. When I was at Rhodes Island, I often wondered if things would get better if everyone worked harder and made more medicine. Maybe. But Chernobog changed my mind. Why do they crack down on workshops like these? Why are kindness and hard work warped by hatred and prejudice? When evil itself is fuzzy as the fog, why does everyone, even the infected themselves, decide to wait for their own death in the middle of a lake? I stare at Tallulah, who hardly reacts to my words. Her eyes are calm, unusually so. Her soul is too weary, having seen too much. What has become of the woman who was once our leader? Or had she uttered the same words before and seen what came of them? You know what I mean. Neuropathy is an illness, but we'll leave the illnesses to Rhodes Island for now. Our enemy isn't just neuropathy. It's oppression and prejudice. The truths that they've tried to cover up with neuropathy. Neuropathy is just the culmination of all the decay across the lands. Taking back a symbol may help the infected Victoria realize that and stand together with us. Stand together. That's something only reunion can do. Have you told the others how you think? Of course. I'm always talking to Nine about her. No. You know the one I'm talking about. Oh. A little. I got a gentle answer. That's why I'm here. Whatever the case, we didn't choose the same path, so it's not my place to ask for more. Of course it isn't. Rhodes Island is a paradise of idealists. Me. A man who could only see what stands right in front of him, me. The gain and loss right in front of me. I heard the veteran guerrilla fighters talk about the old days of the reunion in the tundra. The ideals that everyone held. A city of the infected. Our home. Some of them thought it was just within reach. It was almost realized at Chernobog, but fell short in the end. But I know the city is our dream. But I know the city of our dreams is still far away. And how could a single city be enough? What could a single city do?
You're still limping. Maybe you should go sit in the back.
Just a little sprain.
You haven't been on a lot of expeditions lately.
My squad passed through the wilderness the other day with infected comrades from Greenwich.
Greenwich? I feel like it should be Greenwich, but...
The earth had been torn open with ditches everywhere. Looked like one of the turnip farms back home, except much smaller. I tripped.
What was it? I didn't think there's a place like that near Londinium.
Walt said that all those trenches, hundreds of them, each one big enough to fit our entire squad, were battleship tread marks.
No wonder you've looked worried. Takes all my strength just to go from day to day. Don't think about it too much.
Report from the scouts, guard. We heard sounds from the woods on the left side up ahead. The originium zone sensor went off when we got close, so we couldn't be too sure exactly what it was. Send word to the rest of the team. We'll go around. Roger. Percival.
I'll come along with a few guys. Don't want you to trip again.
There's an unsettling smell in the air. The instruments show a high level of active originium. Not a good sign. Remember your protective measures. Keep your masks on. Is that a man under the tree? No. It's a Victorian uniform. Ripped almost beyond recognition, but somehow familiar. A sergeant's badge lies on the ground next to it. A tiny music box sits a short distance away, covered in originium dust, but still barely playing. Infected confirmed dead. We should leave. Percival walks slowly, humming along with the scattered music.
Do you know the song, Guard?
No, but I've heard it before.
The sun on the meadow is summery warm, filling our home with euphoria. We gather together to greet the storm. Tomorrow belongs to Victoria. The Victorian National Anthem. Our teacher made us sing it over and over until we had it memorized when I was little, before I got sick. It's been a long time since I last heard it. I was born in Victoria. By all accounts, I should be Victorian, but what about now?
The sergeant believed he belonged to Victoria, to the very end.
He was lucky. He didn't get to go through everything he would have gone through. The reason I called myself Reunion. I was tired of being punched, being thrown out of factories before I got paid, being kept out of even the cheapest hotel rooms, no matter how much money I had on me. The reunion movement showed me another path, besides suffering and dying in silence. That was all I needed. Even if the price was abandoning my family, my country, and everything else I had. In fact, I had lost all of it the moment the first crystal popped through my skin. But it took me a long time to get it. All of us, Urson, Colombian, Victorian, Sarkaz, Feline, Liberi, we are all Reunion.
If we have to cross every battlefront, every war zone, every corpse-laden ruin, in order for our deaths to be seen and heard, then we'll cross them.
I like the reunion stuff. This is fun. Also, what's up, Kiwi? Happy Tuesday. Welcome in. Ben, I saw that out of the corner of my eye, and I also thought the same thing, but technically, in Arknights, they don't have a queen right now, but when they do get, they don't have a king or a queen right now. They don't have a regent right now, but God Save the Queen would be fitting because of Siege, in a way. Before Siege, I guess it was a king, so it's like the opposite of the real life, where it goes from queen to king. Nice.
I really like the reunion stuff. I'm glad they're doing this. I'm glad they're actually giving like a full on just you sit with reunion for a little bit and you're just like, yeah, bask in it instead of just being at the end of a chapter. You just see reunion for like 5 minutes and they're just like, we're here, we're doing stuff. Like, this is good. I like this. Also, yes, Ben, thank you for putting the hold on. Open link. So hold on. So this is what Guard looked like. And then do story, do after should be fast enough, I think. It is the same sprite. But like there's a very clear like this is exactly what I was saying where in this sprite here. I forgot I could do this. What do you wait. Because this isn't a normal piece of dialogue. It doesn't work like... There we go. Okay. Like, it's a very big glow up, but also, like... Yeah, like, if he had, like, even eyes, I probably would remember him more. But because there's just nothing in that face... Like, I definitely did not, like, take this at all into effect. So, like, I definitely did not see this as the same person. Which is also, like, yeah, the Chapter 0 one is just pure on, just the generic NPC image. This one is also, it feels like such a generic NPC image that, like, even though he showed up and he's exactly the same outside of the face showing, like, I forgot that this was a man. Because this is the same way as, like, if I see a Trilby Asher, I now know what a Trilby Asher is, but, like... And also, the name just being Guard definitely didn't help with, like, the forgetfulness of it, where it's like, that's just such a generic name. But I like him. He's got a face, he's got a personality, he's got things, he's got a backstory. He's in there. It's like Red. Red is a good example from that same story that I probably could have clicked forward in, where Red is not using just the generic reunion sprite anymore. You can see Red's eyes, and that like makes Red his own distinct character. Nice, I like this though. When the mob gets unmobbed, yes. When you have a character that is like taking a forefront in the story, you have to unmob them. They have to have like, they have to be a character. They can't just be the random little mob character anymore. They got to be like, give them a name, give them a title, give them eyes. That's how you know a character has been elevated in status, if they gain eyes. That Bloodborne was so real for that one. Grant us eyes, as in make us the protagonists of our own story. Miyazaki, you've done it again. 13.3, not a moment's rest. Until the dust settles, no one can catch their breath. While in battle, Sarkaz's air-bearer ASVs provide a larger attack bonus to reborn creations. Ew. I mean, that's not too bad. The air-bearers are more, the ASVs are more dangerous because of the necro effect they have. Excuse me. But yeah, okay, so good. We're not dealing with the Londinium defenses anymore. Whew. I probably don't need Budrock for this then, but... We're back on a land ship. Windermere's, or is it going to be the Albana land ship? This looks like the Albana land ship. Endless reports. Man, this feels wrong for me to say, but I miss Reunion now. An avalanche of intel has flooded this lonely battleship ever since it left Norport. Okay, this is Windermere's, got it. There are signs of trouble from Lithanian to the east, Sargon to the southwest, Yerrig to the west, while everything remains silent in the south. The messages are suffocating, eating away at my nerves. Who is Mai? My mother seems utterly unmoved. Okay, I know who Mai is. My mother seems utterly unmoved, impassively issuing order after order. But even she cannot resist a frown when she reads the congratulations from her fellow dukes. This is her life. She is here. And so this is my... Lincardine? What is a Lincardine? I am home. What's up, Al? What's up, Al? What's up, Raiders? Ace Windfall, Fighting Pug Extraordinaire, at your service. Al, how was those cookies clicking? Were you still played it? You played the entire time? And or you didn't switch your thing? I hope you were able to ascend. I hope you did a good job. We're currently playing through Arknights. We're on chapter 13. We just started chapter 13. It's all about the good old war. We're learning about the Duke of Windmere and her little family and everything like that. It's a very cute little time right now. But obviously, if you've had a long stream, you need to chill out, relax, do all that good stuff by all means. But otherwise, feel free to sit on in, relax, and enjoy some reading. What's up, Tank? What's up, Blamey? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Elysium, welcome on in. We're up to 12 million cookies. Nice. I really wish it was just cookies that were clicked. I'm more concerned about that, Blamey. I hope no suspicious links were clicked or anything crazy like that. We got to 16k per second. Nice! That's the CPS I'm looking for. That's good CPS. There you go. Looks like Toad sings "Fly Me to the Moon." Okay, so you had it in the background. You were clicking on some sussy links. Got it. So were you just clicking on like AI music then? Because that's not Toad sings "Fly Me to the Moon" just sounds like, well, that might not be AI. Toad is a very easily to replicate voice. I'm not gonna do it right now. I don't.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars.
It'd be like that. Unrelated. Toad was not AI. Perfect. Beautiful. I forgot I did not post sus links. I'll believe you, Elysium. I believe you. The crazy part is none of it was AI. Absolutely beautiful then. I hope you enjoyed your link clicking and your cookie clicking as well then. Meanwhile, we're clicking on this. I thought it was gonna like show a character when I did that, but cover for the first time thing. You also know this thing. The famous Toad Sings Fly Me to the Moon cover.
Focus, Delphine. Listen to the reports. This is no time to let your mind wander.
She adjusts the position of her eye patch. Is it to hide the wrinkles?
The weather here is very different from Lincardine.
Also, Raiders, how do you pronounce this word? I don't know how to pronounce this. Amelie? Amelie? Like from the movie Amelie? Oh, don't. Oh no, is that Toad? Whoa. I do it again too, though. The weather here is very different from Lincardine. It's suppressed, heavy, the gloom of rain and fog ever present. Lincardine. I think that works. Lincardine. That sounds right, I think. I don't know, I'm not British. What's up, Gabriel? Happy Tuesday, welcome in as well. I hope you enjoyed the cookie clicking. And the AI Toad. Not AI, the normal Toad. Why are there so many Toad covers? Apparently Toad is an easy voice to do, if I had anything to say about it there, but I just want to comment and subscribe for more cookie clicker content. Hold on, let me just go to Al Marino's channel. Sorcerer, by the way, if you're not following Al Marino is a very fantastic, not Yakuza, not Vampire Man, very enjoyable streams. Streams Cookie Clicker. It's his favorite game. He said he's going to stream nothing but Cookie Clicker for the next 6 months until he gets all the achievements, which, from the videos that I've watched, is a very reasonable and not an insane person thing to do. It will only take him that long, and it definitely won't ruin his life in the process. But he said he was going to do that because he loves you, the viewer. Al, I know you told me that in confidence, but I just really wanted to share that with everyone. So I wish you luck in your insane endeavor. I would never lie to you, by the way. Episode 38 coming out next week. It was pure throat bleed. Ooh. I mean, it's not. You should not be having your throat bleed. It's like screaming, and like metal singers can scream. If you're actually hurting your throat, you're doing it wrong. There's a specific way to do that. I don't know what that is, but like. Hard to recover from the third damage. You shouldn't be damaging your throat when you do that.
You shouldn't be damaging your throat when you do it.
I can't do a Toad voice like that. I can't do it anymore. What does Toad say?
Mario!
He says that. That doesn't really hurt my throat because I'm putting it in a different part.
Mario!
It's way more intense than that, Ace, because I'm not singing, obviously. She does it on stream sometimes. It's actually good. Toad's hard for me to do. His voice is both head and chest voice. I think so, yeah. That sounds right. For me, it feels like it's more head because it's very nasally in a way, right? Is probably the best way to put it, which to me is more head. I have no clue how to do Toad without shredding your throat. I was too afraid to announce the swap to cookie clicker content. to see cubed content, the triple C. Ooh, look, Al, I fully support you in your transition to the triple C. People are too afraid to do it nowadays, but there had to be someone to be the vanguard, to be the flag bearer out there, getting that cookie clicker content. And it's gonna be you. You're gonna be the only name in the cookie clicker game in 6 months from now when you get all your achievements, and I believe in you. The biggest name in cookies. The biggest name out there. Al Cookie Marino. That's what they'll be calling you. Good lord. You're gonna get the grandmas, the wizard towers, the whatever. I should know my cookie clicker lore. I watched an entire like way too long video on it like a few months ago. First you get the pointers, then you get the grandmas, then you get the farms, then you get the wizard towers, and then you get your little cookie dragon. Grandmas love him, monsters fear him, bakers want to be him. But as I said, I hope it was good. Meanwhile, we gotta read some lore on Delphine and her mom. What are you gazing at so absentmindedly, Delphine? Nothing, Mother. It's just... I don't get to see Londinium from this angle very often. I know how you look when your mind is wandering. Are you bored by the chatters from the rear? No, I'm just thinking about Norport Borough. Sorry, I didn't expect the situation in Londinium to deteriorate so much, so quickly. I should have arranged for your evacuation sooner. We had compiled reports on everything that went on in Londinium, but we weren't able to bring them. We should be the ones apologizing. That's all right. A few little troubles don't mean much to the big picture. Perhaps the Duke of Castor should be held responsible for most of them. I know. Let's hope my messenger isn't making things too difficult for her right now. But the value of that intel to subsequent operations pales in comparison to your value, Delphine. Relax. I'm here, and Ironclad Galve is nearby. Everything will be right again once we return to the city. We'll restore Londinium and Victoria. Of course. Mother, I thought I would die down there. I wouldn't let that happen to my daughter. You've done well. You have the patience and attention to detail of your father. But you don't have to be the one to do all that work. You're my heir, and your place is at Lincarde. My standoff with Lithanian can be tiring. You need to get used to those matters. Plus, I could use someone to talk to. I thought I could do better. Sorry. There are many things that a Duke of Windermere must worry about, for which she needs nerves of steel. But that's not your burden. Not yet. You can rely on your mother, at least until she's too old to walk. I understand. Thank you, Mother. We'll be home in another 4 or 5 hours. I've arranged for all the stuff you left behind at the old house to be set up.
Your pajamas, your pillow, your bed, your bathtub.
That's all stuff from before I came to Londinium.
It's not like you're any taller.
I have some nice things for you as well, but
I'll keep those a secret for now. Get a good night's sleep once we're back. But don't get complacent. We have a lot to do. What is it?
I was in Londinium a long time, wasn't I? I had many friends. Outstanding friends from whom I had a lot to learn. We lived in the city in disorder, chewing up and swallowing the lives we once had. But we believed in our cause. I was so proud of it. Then, things changed. One agent after another disappeared, and the Sarkaz took the city. I was on my own. I had to live with more common people. For the first time, I learned how they lived and how they viewed Victoria. Most of them are dead now. Those who still live huddle on the bows of the ship, waiting for you to decide their fate. 100 meters beneath my pajamas, bed, and bathtub. I'm really grateful. But is it all because...
She does not let me finish. She puts her hand on my head without patting it, but I know this is her way of showing affection. You did well, my daughter. You exceeded my expectations. Go and see the troops below. It'll do you good to talk with them. With that, her grace departs. She's swift and decisive. I have no chance to say any more.
I scratch my slightly untidy head. Mother!
We can talk later.
You should have come here yourself.
The words that come out of my own mouth surprise me.
Was it not because of my call for help that she came? How could I say that? It's too risky. We can't fully trust the Lithanians, and we don't know what the Sarkaz are planning next. We've fallen behind on intel.
She dismisses me with a wave, perhaps telling me not to think too much about it. Her silhouette remains sharp, making me feel like I'm worrying too much and that she can handle it all.
She's right. I'm not much taller at all.
Also, Gabriel probably already left, but have a good night, Gabriel. And thank you for the Expedition 33 fun fact. I saw that as well earlier today.
How long will our food last? I don't think this warship was prepared to take on so many refugees.
Aww, thank you, Gabriel. Hope you have a good night.
We can't just leave them to fend for themselves. Miss Emil grabbed my hand just now. You didn't have to say that part. Miss Emil grabbed my hand just now. She didn't say nothing. All she did was look at me. I can't take it anymore. Let's find Delphine. Calm down, Hannah. We're on someone else's ship. I'll go keep him company. The old timers will feel better with a familiar face around.
I'll stay with you.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I talked to the quartermaster. Some food will make it to those who need it most. That's the best I can do.
Thank you, Delphine. And thanks to Duke Windermere.
Part of me hopes that Mother really wants to help those poor people out of the kindness of her heart, but...
I know. It's because of me. Or should I say, because of who I am. It's fine. As long as it helps the people who fled with us.
You've adapted quickly, Vina.
The time when we could do as we pleased has passed, Delphine. Many souls on the ship are counting on me. I have a responsibility to them, both as Vina and as Siege. Lots of people are looking at us. I can tell Vina is busy.
Mother's ship is one of the biggest of the Victorian ships of the line, but it was never designed to evacuate civilians. Certainly not this many. The people of Norport are squeezed into holes meant to store ammunition and weapons, trying their best to find a clean place to sit down. This is not the best accommodation, even if the most dangerous weapons have been removed. Vina's gang are doing their best to maintain order. The refugees whisper about her amongst themselves. The officers on the ship pay no heed. Nor does Vina respond to their calls of Your Majesty or Your Royal Highness. Regardless, she's become the heart and soul of this place. Perhaps the civilians don't even realize themselves, but the reason they trust Vina is not so much because of her status, but because she's the only one they can rely on in this unfamiliar environment. How goes the war? The number of reports coming in is unreal. Too many variables to keep track of. The Duke of Wellington's offense is unsteady, and our own defensive lines are being pressed. We should have an overwhelming advantage in terms of forces, even if the Dukes have yet to commit their full strength. We're facing a foe beyond the scope of modern military theory. The Noxier King. The only thing we know about him comes from sparse records of ancient times. It's been too long since Victoria, indeed Terra as a whole, last faced a real Sarkaz army. What chain reaction will their witchcraft produce? Are they really as primitive and backwards as the records say? What force of the various Sarkaz branches come together to form, where we can't see them? Why do they stand together? No need to worry too much, though. Mother, Duke Windermere and Duke Wellington will conduct this war together. The Duke of Castor has also publicly declared her allegiance. The stalemate will not last long. Once we've returned to Ironclad Galave, both supplies and support will... Whoa, what was that? It looks like we're passing through a canyon. A good thing. It means we're about to leave the battlefield. A canyon. I feel even less at ease. I know where Mother's confidence comes from. The ship is defended by Windermere's pride. Her sword guards. The Sarkaz think this merely a reckless act by the Duke of Windermere. They'll find themselves on the receiving ends of blades that have been honed since the War of the Four Emperors. But do we truly know the Sarkaz? Is the ship slowing down, Siege? I think so. And the weather outside... Say, what time is it? How long has it been since we left Norport? A few hours, I think. Is this just an ordinary canyon? Yeah, nothing remarkable besides some abandoned factories. Abandoned factories. Yes, this place has been abandoned before Londinium fell into chaos. Why? Because of a catastrophe. The massive crystal formations that catastrophe left behind. Careful! Hey! I'm talking to you! Something's not right. There's a different smell in the air. I look around instinctively. All the elite soldiers in the hold are gone. This is not right. Get away from him, Hannah! Siege pulls her back before I can. I see the soldier smiling at me. Look out! It's too late. Blood seeps from the gaps in the ceiling, dripping into the infiltrator's eyes. Drip. Merge. Spread. Blood. Where did this blood come from? Look out! Siege pushes me away. An instant later, a blood mist bursts where I stood. Soon, the entire hold is engulfed in crimson. Blood mist! Sarkaz witchcraft! Too many civilians here. Morgan, Dagda, Indra. The four of them exchange gazes and take up positions around the frightened crowd. The emotions of the crowd range from shock to panic. Some in the corners begin to scream, without even seeing exactly what happened. Go down! The stairs are to the north!
Lady Delphine,
Are you the ship's doctor?
we're under attack by witchcraft. The ship's casters can't decipher it yet. The Duke and... Damn! How did they...
Look out! A claw slaps away the sword that was inches from his throat. The blood mist disperses, then reconverges, taking a gooey, wet form. Oh, what? A sarcasm emerges from the bloody shadow.
The vampire's witchcraft has taken hold.
I know that outfit. The skull mask.
The size of kings. One variable to eliminate. Cause chaos and eliminate the outblood. Hesitate not to spill your own blood.
You were part of the siege on the Knights of the Tower. Careful! I gotcha!
You will die here with your king, Victorian. Do it.
Mother's on deck, but we still have civilians and our people below. Delphine, your left! Ugh. Careful! Sorry. Thanks. There aren't many of them. We can pin them down. The reinforced compartment is one bulkhead away. Get the civilians there.
No, there's something more important that you must do. Those people came with me. I promised to protect them. Duke Windermere likely doesn't know how bad things are below. Go and inform her. I'll hold out until your reinforcements arrive.
But
This suits us better. You have a formal command structure. There's no way to integrate us quickly.
Vina...
Go!
Damn.
Got a hard head. Almost made my hand go numb. Ugh. So be it. The size of kings will be spoils enough. Surround the Aslan.
Get ready for a brawl, mates. For an instant, I wished I was with them. Like when I first joined Slobberknocker Gym, when it went from being alone to being in a community. Kador and Baird. We stood together. This ends now. The swing of the hammer compresses the air in the passage. It roars. Tiny drops of liquid fall on my face. My vision blurs. Delphine! A shadow draws near. Delphine! Mother? I try to wipe my eyes. I see another pair of eyes right there in front of me. Red flows from their sockets. Delphine, go no further. You're hurt. You'll only be in the way. Same for me. Kill me. Before whatever this is consumes me. The sword guards and her grace will kill the Sarkaz. Do not put yourself in danger, Delphine. No. I don't even feel the pain anymore. Free me. Then stop. I draw my sword. She is still conscious. She's still conscious. I should not do this to her. But I see the relief in her eyes. She grabs my sword
sending it into her own body. I'm trembling. I can't see clearly. Lady Delphine, you must live. Thank you for freeing me. I look down and see the red eyes. She gives up breathing, smiling to the end. This is sarcasm. Mother. My feet cannot move. Worry, unease, and fear grip them. The lights go out. The only light comes from the above deck. There is only silence amongst the bodies. Rain solidifies as it falls, flowing backwards, evaporating, converging. A red-black sun rises into the sky, obscuring its white counterpart. A bloodless complexion emerges from the black sun, not a speck of blood on it. He descends from the black sun. I avert my gaze. Am I afraid? How shameful. You should not have dodged. The paleness of your face would have contrasted well with the blood drops. They would have painted a picture of beautiful despair. Leeches can't stop playing with blood, I see. Nothing has changed with you people, even after all these centuries. Rain begins to fall again. Drip, drop. Look. It is a good day to die. Your Grace, this attack was planned. As expected. For a sovereign of the Sark has to pay a personal visit, though. Oh, well and good, I suppose. The battle below is not going well. The officers are organizing the defenses. No matter. This one is our only threat. Mother, the Duke of Windermere points her sword towards the invading Sarkaz leader. I cannot see the expression on her face, but I know that is not the mother I know so well. The soldier was right. I would only be in the way. I've long had enough of Lithanian spire arts. I wonder what the spine of a vampire looks like. You're a strong Victorian. You don't think you'll shirk back. But your blood will betray you. The Creator built a bridge of life for humanity. And I stand above the bridge. Not any worse than those spire madmen. A blue blade cuts through the rain of blood. A tiny drop of rain cuts open Mother's cheek. Was it the red rain, or blood seeping out? I could not see. There is no change in Mother's expression, but have I ever seen her get hurt before? Poor fool. Still clinging to dreams and fantasies. Guess why your battleship fell from within? Focus on the mission at hand, soldiers. Ready. Roger! Your duty is to kill the enemies of Windermere, not protect the life of Windermere. Do all you can to weaken the Sarkaz. Victoria will take back what is hers. The vampire's movement starts to slow. No. The sword guards are too fast. I've received formal military training. I did not go to Londinium unprepared.
But here and now I realize the weight of the words Duke of Windermere. My mother never let her daughter see the kinds of battlefields that she knew.
Not bad. Not bad. You aren't a Duke of Victoria for nothing. How many sarkas have you eaten?
I don't have any such disgusting habits.
No. You and your ancestors reveled in war, reveled in it, from Casimiras to Lithanian. The Duke of Windermere once had an army of sarkas. In the War of the Four Nations, which engulfed most of the land. How did you or your ancestor use them? Parlor tricks, the theft of witchcraft, the favorite of the Noxa here. The blood and flesh of sarkas spread across the battlefield, becoming yet another bulwark for your glorious armada. You ate them up, all right.
Are you after revenge, Sarkaz?
Of course. How dare you trifle with the methods of my creation, the property of the Crimson Court.
He's being strengthened by the blood of the fallen?
No.
It is no longer bodily fluids, but a part of the curse. Prepare counter arts. Stay calm. Take a deep breath. My throat is coarse. I cannot speak. I try to gasp for air, but the smell of blood is all there is. Vampire and Confessarius. This is Mother's flagship. Lincardine's most experienced commanders, the bravest sailors, and most steadfast warriors are gathered here. Mother once told me that war is not about heroes, about charging into danger. A commander must see the whole battlefield in order to see the way to victory. But I realize why the ship sailed deep behind enemy lines without support. Because of me. No. This is no time for self-flagellation. I have to do something. If there's no place on Mother's battlefield for me, someone must bring order. One of the kings of the Sarkaz court is here, but would they really attack us so recklessly? My espionage background tells me that something is missing from this puzzle. I have to do something. Think! Could it be? No. Arts that can teleport an entire army are unheard of. Our ship fell from within. I know this feeling. Demazi. I encountered him personally when leaving Norport. I had heard about this terrible king of the Sarkaz court from Amia, but he was defeated. How could he... Still, this is the most likely answer. There are two kings of the Sarkaz court on this ship. A truly terrifying conclusion. But what about the vampire? Why didn't he go straight to his target? If he could use his witchcraft on the officers. Attacking secondary targets with witchcraft, then creating disorder with assassins. That's too inefficient. But the Sarkaz fighting with Mother. The Demazi. Did he simply infiltrate us by taking the face of Victorian? Damn it! Mother! Delphine, stay back! That one's fake! The Swordguard's weapons impale the vampire. The line of arts penetrate the Sarkaz's twisted visage. The arts of the Swordguards of Windermere, passed down from generation to generation, are simple, but brutally effective. Mother quickly sets her sights back on the target. I draw my sword. The Swordguards do not hear my cry, but Mother is ready. The vampire laughs.
The massive blood arts explode before it can be cast. A gust of wind sweeps through the sticky air, blowing away the sanguine rain and wind. Death falls silent. True terror begins to spread, slowly but surely. Blood converges upon the hand of the silhouette, forming a crystal. Then, the other, the true. Enough. I don't enjoy seeing another wear my face. The sword guards pull back instantly. Even so, 2 of them are late by an eyelash, and their flesh takes incomprehensible form in a split second. I can feel my sword hand trembling, my throat seizing up. This is a battle beyond my comprehension. A little girl saw through your disguise. You are losing your touch, Demazi. The previous you would have been more convincing.
They're back! Ah.
Is that so? Those arts are merely a poor imitation by the Confessorius. Foul, uncouth, vulgar killing. He looks towards me, then towards Mother. I'm trembling. Delphine!
Yes!
Good job seeing through that trick. All the sword guards would have been lost. There's nothing more you can do here now. The escort fleet is approaching. We must ensure that communication with the fleet is maintained.
The communications tower. It's behind the deck.
The enemy is few in number. Go. I'm counting on you. She pats my shoulder with an injured hand. Only then do I notice that she has many more scars on her than I remembered.
Understood.
I turn around and run for the communications tower. Pride overcame fear in that instant. Mother said, I'm counting on you. I see the Confessori trying to blow the communications tower, and her soldiers still resisting. Thank goodness. The communications tower hasn't fallen yet.
The ships slow me down? It's the engines! They're attacking the engine room! Damn it! Grab my hand! Don't look back! Get up!
Thank you.
Lady Delphine! We must regroup and counterattack. Reinforcements are on the way. Listen up, men. Dust clouds in the distance. Help is on the way. Their plan has failed. So easily?
I turn around. The front of the deck has been completely engulfed in red fog, with only the flashing of sword and vampiric arts to penetrate it. Why do I feel so uneasy?
Delphine, look out!
A pair of eyes peer at me. In the infinite raindrops, in the reflection of blood on the deck. The vampire's hand brushes my neck. Why? Is he not fighting Mother? Vina tries to push me away, but it's too late. My sword. I still have my sword. I am her daughter. She's counting on me. The blood-woven crimson witchcraft vanishes into thin air. Are you alright? I'm fine. It's all in my head. Your troops are holding back the enemy down below, so we've come up to help. The bad news is that we found traces of the Demazi down there. We know. The Sanguine Arc and the Demazi are attacking together.
Wait. That attack was not a Damatsu feint. It was true blue vampiric witchcraft. If the king of the Sarkaz court had intended to kill me, there was no reason I should still be alive. It was not my own strength that allowed me to resist. He had other plans. There's no doubt about that. Once again, I look towards the sword guards. Their swords are still flashing. I can faintly see their silhouettes converging. Something's not right. They're falling. One by one. They're backing up. This is not right. Where is Mother? Delphine? Where are you going? Yeah, dreadful.
The scent of blood has changed. The Confisaris has succeeded, as has the Sanguinarch. Pull back. Those unable to do so, drive your daggers into your hearts on my command.
You. Impossible. Even if the fight against the fake vampire had taken its toll, Mother and her sword guards could not have fallen so easily. I know the legends of Windermere's sword, which no wall could stop. The blade of light that struck down the spires. One of Victoria's 2 sharpest swords. I grew up listening to them. Why? How? I charge into the fog of blood, hearing only my accelerating heartbeat. Finally, I spy a figure. You have lost all sensation in your arms. Your guards are routed. How do you feel now?
Sarkaz.
He caught you. An instant of weakness, of disorder. Why? We do not understand. We find it regrettable.
She is finished. Let this great warrior savor the fading of life.
Are you leaving?
I have no interest in the inconsequential deaths that remain.
One glance from that devil is enough to freeze my blood. But he does not kill me.
This blood is a penny a gallon.
What are you after? We are unsure.
The age of shame is coming to an end.
Are you hurt?
It does not matter.
He disappears into the blood. You... Oh. There you are. The one who saw through us. He said we were losing our touch. How convincing was the last one? Is this good enough? Don't you dare wear her face! He smiles at me with Mother's face. We must try. Then, with an identical sword, Mother's sword, he impales his own chest. Sarkaz! In my fury, I try to charge, but my body refuses to move. We'll do better next time. He whispers in my ear, wearing my own face. Mother's sword is still in his chest, in my chest. He falls. Then familiar blood witchcraft covers him, consuming him. After the blood boils and evaporates, it is as though nothing had ever happened. All I can do is pick up Mother's sword. I catch sight of Mother. The sound of fighting has stopped. The wind has calmed. The ship has stopped. I see blue hair on the ground. Mother is bleeding. Delphine. I can't see very well. Have they retreated? Mother. They're gone. Mother, I'll call for the doctors. You'll be fine. You're the Duke of Windermere. You're my mother. Wait here. I couldn't beat him. Can't believe it. Don't go, Delphine. Don't go. Let me look at you. Mother's body grows cold in my arms. I dare not let go. The sound of Mother's heartbeat fades further and further away. Don't cry. I'm not crying, Mother. I saw you swing your sword, Delphine. Very good. You had injured your hand. Your grip. It was never right. I was too hasty. Mother, don't say any more. Mother gazes towards the horizon. Is that the direction of Londinium? Her eyes have always lain upon Victoria. I remember. The direction your father left in. We had a surprise for you. One that we prepared long ago. Mother! Delphine, you... I thought you would be taller. The clothes will be a bit loose. Just calm down, Delphine. The rain stops. Okay, I wasn't crazy, by the way. I was like, wait, did we not do the battle yet? Why would the battle not happen during the battle? What? Wow! I feel so much more upset about the Duke of Windermere now. Because I remember at the end of chapter 12, that's the first time you see that character. I'm like, I like her design. I think she has like a top 10 design in Arknights, which is saying a lot. Because she had the cool older lady vibe, and she had like the eye patch, and more importantly, she had the blue lipstick. I thought that was really cute. And like she's basically around for two story bits. The end of chapter 12, and then one chapter in chapter 13. What? Messed up, man. That's so messed up. What the hell? Created a 10 out of 10 characters to kill him off. I can't believe this. All just so that I know she gets a little Boncho-esque uniform, but like I don't know if it's worth it. Oh. Also, Ben, what were you testing? That only works on audio only. I assume it. My assumption is that it's like audio only. Does it allow like for reading comments or something?
the Happy Windermere family. If you have Wind as the first part of your last name, you're gonna have a tragic backstory apparently, which that makes me concerned about my tragic backstory. But, ugh. Also, thank you, Kiwi. I take that punchable voice for the Sanguinar comment as a high compliment. Because he should be a very self-satisfied jerk. How do we do this? This into this. I need a blocker here as well, but this vaguely works. Oh, it should have been. Oh, I should have put Chong. Chong should have been the bottom one actually, because Chong would have popped off and got over the wall. Have I made a mistake? No, I'm good. There we go. Ooh, okay, no, I made the right choice, I think. Only one member of a Wind family can have a tragic backstory. That's true. Oh, yo, what's up, spare parts? Wait, I don't like that you said that back to back with giving me spare parts, because now, which one of us is gonna have the bad? Eh? Also, wait, he's leaving? Oh, he's at. Oh no! In case I had someone blocking here, I guess. No, spare parts can't have the bad backstory. I'll have the bad backstory. Spare parts gets a good backstory. You're the good boy, spare parts. Don't let you scare you. Need more healing here because she can't actually heal. He's calling his friend. Don't. You don't get to bring friends, as CIA once famously said.
Good timing.
Oh, we need healers. Hold on, wait.
Nature should not be disturbed.
You can do this. You can solo this. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. I don't know. Hunter actually might be able to solo that. No, because if once the effect pops off, he might die. No, never mind. We're good. Yeah, Hodor should solo. Yeah, Hodor's got that solo now. Nice. That was really ugly. I did not like anything that happened there. I guess put this here? It's probably not great, actually. Utagi might have been actually fine there. These guys feel really strong. It's probably not. It's not just them. It's. I think it's these guys more effectively are the ones destroying me, and I didn't have enough healing to like negate that. And the secondary healing from Sari wasn't being able to pop off because she was infected, or she was necroed. I just realized something, by the way. At the top, he can heal, so they're having a healing fight. Okay, he won though. Okay, I didn't realize for a second though that yeah, this guy is a life sucker. Leech is leeching. Probably should have faced her left actually, but do this and we can have her pop off. The wolves can go clear everything up. It's not liches, it's leeches. Oh, speaking of leeches. Wolves, get it!
Stay calm and make your move. No need.
When you bring a Syracuse into Victoria. I cannot believe, by the way, that entire bit was the prologue to this. And also, to add in the fact, I cannot believe that there's actually more story after that. You try to present a picture of calm. Who's you? Oh, is it Delphine talking to herself? I don't know. I don't like it's you. What is it? What was this, a second person story now? Get out of here. Or what is this? You as in the username is you? Yeah, I know. This you? The crowd is running. There are screams everywhere. They've hardly awakened from the last nightmare before they are put into another great escape. Which, by the way, yeah, that's an insane... The fact that the Demacia Cluster is back and that they're still evil, by the way, surprising. Actually, no, not surprising. Because what it is the Demacia Cluster split into 2 different clusters, right? And so one of them is probably evil, and there's probably going to be a good Demacia Cluster as well. I hope. Because that was what I took out of it. I was like, oh, the Demacia Cluster split in 2, and like they're going to be good guys now. Not the case. One is going to be a bad guy, the other's going to be a good guy. Is my hope. I like the cluster. I like them. They're fun. The crowd is running. There are screams everywhere. They've hardly awakened from their last nightmare before they're put into another great escape. You brace yourself. What do you mean you? You brace yourself against the wall. Someone ran into you hard. Someone pretty darn strong. It all happened so quickly that you had no time to plan. If it's not talking about the doctor me, then I don't know why this is a thing here. I don't like second-person narratives. You were the worst. You had experienced the worst the moment you failed to stop the first drop of blood from seeping into that curious citizen. Don't put me in Delphine's shoes. That's weird. Even worse is that you and Amiya had become separated by the stampede. No, it is me, Dr. Me. Okay. Why is it, I still don't know if I like that or not. But also, hold on, wait. You would experience... Oh, so the doctor is also getting sanguine arced. It is me. I'm being sucked into the video game right now. Oh no. It's been a long time since you last felt alone. Or wait, no, never mind. I forgot that we were also on this ship because we were also in. We were in Northport, weren't we? Norport, not Northport. We were in Norport, weren't we? There was a lot of Siege in there, but I kind of forgot that we were also part of it. We kind of like went there with Siege and like Enos and that entire thing. That's right, actually, because there was like the best moment in that chapter was when Amiya had to look at the Banshee warship or whatever it is. It's not a Banshee warship, but like the warship that was also like a living being. What was it called? A Wraith? A Wraith. That sounds correct. And like the Wraith was just like, "You're not my king." That was fantastic. Jumping the perspective on chapter 13. I don't know if I like this. If it has a good payoff, sure, but I don't like that it's saying you. And unless you mean the jumping perspective as in Revenant. Thank you, not Wraith. I mean they're fairly similar in terms. Unless you mean like the fact that it goes from because it is all I guess I understand why it's using you, because in the other ones it was Guard and it was Guard's inner thoughts, and then it was Delphine, it was Delphine's inner thoughts, and now it's like me and my inner thoughts, but like saying you is like I think I get what it's going for, but it's still a little bit goofy in that I just don't. It just feels wrong comparatively. Because like if these are my thoughts, why would it not be me saying I? Is that a choice to not? There's a thought process there where it's you don't want your protagonist, like this is my self-insert protagonist, right? The doctor is whoever you want it to be. And if you have the doctor saying I, does that make the player think that the doctor is their own person? Because I would say it doesn't. Because I can see part of the reason they might be saying you is because then it's the narrator, the omniscient narrator, talking to the doctor and telling them what they feel, which I honestly don't like. I actually prefer the doctor to be like, yeah, I felt like this, and it's like, oh, I'm the doctor, so I means me. Like that feels a little bit. That feels a little bit rough. That's probably just a stylistic thing that I just don't like. It's not actually wrong, but it's just like it feels like the game doesn't trust me to understand that I understand how a self-insert main character works. Whatever. But yes, I agree with that, Kiwi. I like that a lot because it gives, because a lot of times like you'll see a character and they won't have a lot of inner dialogue, or like you'll have an and they'll be like, oh, they're the protagonist of the chapter, and it's like I don't know anything about them. I don't know what their hopes or dreams or inner monologue is like, but actually giving me their inner monologue helps a lot. Like Guard and Delphine stocks went up high after those 2 chapters because like I like seeing people's vulnerable inner thoughts and seeing like their thought processes. Stay calm. The screams drown out your voice. Nobody is listening to your commands. Out of my way! Out of my way! The monsters are coming!
Get out of my way!
Get away! There's blood on you! Like those monsters! They are not your operators. They're just ordinary people. Reason is a luxury in the face of death. I do, however, even though I don't like the fact that it's saying you instead of I will say I am extremely happy that I'm getting doctor content, because it's a third of the reason why I play this game.
Doctor! Doctor, I'm here. Grab my hand.
You finally hear a familiar voice.
Amiya!
Amiya tries to force her way through the panicking crowd and reaches out her hand.
Grab my hand, Doctor.
You know that you are the one whom Amiya cares most deeply about, always. You do not want to disappoint her. You penetrate the crowd and extend your hand with all your strength. You're not Amiya. You realize who it is standing before you, a moment before your hand touch. Demazi. Why? What should the King of Sarkaz look like? I heard Logos' bone whistle. The myriad souls still reject us. However, a change has occurred. A part of us has left us. We must make a choice. We cannot remain stagnant. The Demazi approaches you, one step at a time. You can feel that the one-time king of the Sarkaz court has changed. He's no longer an idle observer. He has begun moving forward.
Doctor!
King of Sarkaz. I tried to imitate you, but I failed.
A new Demazi. Is this your choice? To formally stand against us?
We simply decided to try. Will we learn our meaning in battle against you, King of Sarkaz? Where does our path lead?
Once, I asked the previous Demazi what I should do. He said I must overcome all doubt and hesitation. If you still call me the King of Sarkaz after being reborn, then go find the answer yourself. You won't get it from me.
She is always at your side, smiling. It almost makes you forget that she is the true King of Sarkaz. Dark arts rumble. You find Amiya's presence downright imposing. But still, you feel uneasy. Instincts tell you that this was no ordinary attack. In just a short period of time, you have learned that the Duke of Windermere, defender of the frontiers, is no pushover. She had her flagship break off from the fleet in order to save her daughter. This was an opportunity. But the rest of the fleet was not so far away. The tactical advantage in attacking a ducal vessel is limited. Unless this was a decapitation operation. I don't like that phrasing. That's very goofy. No. Killing a duke only makes her men angrier. There is more to Teresa's plan. Plus, the ship is home to more than just the Duke's elite guards. You and your friends are here. The King of Sarkaz is here. Suddenly, a pang of intense pain dazes you. Oh, is that one of the people that was with Shining? Shining, that's the one. Oh, did I hurt you? That Ascalon woman is so annoying. She was so persistent with everyone.
Doctor!
Amiya disengages from her battle with the Demazi cluster and runs towards you. Arts converge on her fingertips, and her crown appears above her head.
Look out, Amiya! You're the one they're after!
The black arts are shattered, and the black crown
Amiya's arts disintegrate in an instant, as though they had never existed. How could this be? It is the power of the King of Sarkaz. How? I have long waited to rummage in your emotions and memories, little king. I thought the Revenant would cause you some difficulty, but you seem to be in better condition than I expected. Goddess? No. Chimera. You are no Teresa. An eerie dark halo envelops Amiya. She tries to break through, but the Confessorius' cage does not budge. The cage grows smaller. You look for someone who can help. A way to break Amiya free. The Confessorius guards block any eyes that dare gaze upon this place. The enemy is more prepared than you thought. Let go of me! You had the fortune to be conferred the crown, but do you truly understand your power? We have studied the King of Sarkaz for thousands of years. Amiya's struggle grows feeble. The ancient Bane arts drain her strength. Her knees buckle, and she falls to the ground. She lifts her hand, but not a ripple of arts answer. As for you, you feel the chilling gaze scanning you. Your heart is beating so fast it threatens to escape your chest. Anger and despair. Death extends its tendrils towards you. You clench your fist. Get away from Doctor! Oh? Still mustering the power of the King of Sarkaz, even when surrounded by Confessorius witchcraft. I'm starting to miss Liz. Well, this is a benefit to our experiments. I'll spare the doctor's life for now, and teach you to leverage your emotions. But I must make sure you behave before handing you over to the leader. Great Demazi, that nasty woman is coming. May I count on you to deal with the rest? Very well. Maybe she will temper us. You see Ascalon sprinting towards you. Countless Confessorius guards stand in her way. They fall without a sound. Then the figures of countless Demazi once again bury her. The Confessorius with blue hair lifts Amiya in her arms. The whole structure around you shatters. A staircase of earth and stone rises, and the wall of the canyon outside opens its gaping maw. You've seen arts like this before, but she is no gargoyle. Doctor! Amiya! Wherever they walk, the stone bridge trembles and shatters, and the cracks on the rock wall heal. Ascalon tries to free herself from the Demazi tide, but the expressionless fragments seem endless. Doctor, stay where you are. The most important thing is, the Confessorius and Amiya grow distant. You've heard it many times from many people. You are not built for fighting. So weak, you could not even complete the beginner training course for trainee operators. Calcit wanted you to stay in the rear, giving orders in safety. But Calcit, equally thin and frail, stood before Teresa's. You can still see the gaping wound when you close your eyes. My daughter. You should wait where you are. Ascalon needs time. You can work on a rescue plan once the battle is concluded. A commander should learn to recognize when the situation is untenable. But your ears ring. Amiya is your partner, your family, your sense and sensibility, your past and memories all cry out. Oh my god, look at her, she's so adorable there. The smiles, the tears, the hard times, the brief joy. The whole breach is right beside you. The stone staircase is starting to fall apart. You put a numb foot forward. Let Amia go! You leap before the bridge shatters completely. You run like you've never before, as the ground falls out from beneath where you just tread. Your view is obscured by the white vapors that you exhale. Your whole body trembles. You've never so lamented the frailness of your physique. It is not far. You can catch them. You can... There is no time to think. The hole is within reach, but the ever-shifting rock wall could close upon it at any time. A few steps further. You muster all the speed you have. The next instant, you find yourself falling in infinite darkness. How much time has passed? With your portable light, you see that countless hands have emerged from the ground, pulling at the passage, sewing it shut. The space continues to contract, pressing on you. You do not know how far you must go, but you must not stop. Oh, it's a good thing. Never mind. I thought we, like, fell into the canyon. Got it. Okay, we made it. Okay. Down. 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 Your lungs sting. A light in the distance is your only hope. Pompeii? Escaping the contracting hole, you find yourself hanging from an upside-down statue. From its eyes seep water falling from above, gleaming an eerie red in the light of magma. Where is this place? What are these statues? You recognize the statues as Jal. The gargoyle shoulders the roof of the cave, feet burning in the magma. The banshee curls up in the wilted thorns, bone whistle in hand. The Wendigo tries to tear the rock wall apart with twisted hands, frightful visage roaring beneath the mask. The withered vampire extends a hand from the lava. A creature of unknown race holds its head in its hands, stone columns running through its eyes. Are we in hell? Statues of the Sarkaz races. You're tough, Doctor. I respect that. You feel a heavy blow and a pair of baleful eyes. Awake? How'd you follow me here with that feeble constitution of yours? I examined your body, but found nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Your structure is unusual. Different from all the samples I've seen. I would very much like to study you. In great detail. Unfortunately, this place has been abandoned a long time, and the equipment is far from adequate. It would not do to damage such a precious sample. Perhaps I could bring you back to Londinium, but Teresa seems to pay particular attention to you. Amia. You look towards Amia. Her consciousness seems hazy. Black arts seep out from her, then fade into thin air the next instant. Her brow twitches in pain. She is not in good shape. You have rarely seen this expression on the brave child's face, ever since you met in Chernobog. Look, Doctor, what is she looking at? She's trembling. What did you do to her?
The King of Sarkaz grants the promised land. The little bunny simply got a taste of her own power.
What do you want? We can talk about it.
Meaningless negotiation. Painfully amusing, the way you hopelessly grasp at straws. No operators at your side. Nothing for you to command. Even the King of Sarkaz, whom you serve, is leaving you. What can you do?
She draws closer. You tighten the hand hidden behind your back. All you have is a sharp rock that you happen to pick up in the chaos. Your reason tells you that it is useless. Perhaps you would have a speck of a hope if you were Blaze, Ascalon, or even Popcar.
Wow! I feel that I make fun of Popcar every so often, but that's even low for the game.
You feel regret, but even stronger is your determination. The pain in your hand keeps you conscious. Patience. Wait for her to draw closer.
I've asked the leader many times, why does power so often end up in the hands of the ordinary? What have these forgotten kings of Sarkaz given us, besides a life of exile and persecution? Will you, Doctor, be one of the causes of another round of suffering?
I have the same questions, but hurting Amiya is not the answer.
I appreciate your intelligence, but there has never been a shortage of smart people. There is nothing that can compare to this opportunity. What we have pursued for thousands of years. If she can force the crown upon the head of this little bunny, then it can be forced out.
Do you want to steal Amiya's crown?
Steal? No. This crown is not a ring lying on the battlefield for the taking. You'll never understand.
The blue-haired Confessarius turns towards Amiya. This might be your chance. You make the calculations. With your full strength, perhaps.
What's this? A rock?
You feel your internal organs twitch and convulse. The taste of rust fills your mouth. One little push from the Confessarius, and your right hand loses all sensation. Bones have broken. Wincing at the intense pain, you force yourself to lunge forward, but she lightly dodges. You fall in front of Amiya, blocking the blue-haired Confessarius' malicious gaze.
How touching. Putting yourself in front of her, but meaningless. If you're so obsessed, I have a better way to deal with you. Perhaps that brain beneath the hood holds secrets beneficial to our experiments. There. Don't try to resist. Share your memories with me.
You can feel the Confessarius' breathing. A numbing sensation filled with ancient witchcraft moves towards the top of your head.
Get out of my head! What? What could possibly repel a Confessarius? The King of Sarkaz? But her mind should have been shackled.
A black vortex rises from behind you. Amiya whispers at its center. The black crown trembles with agitation.
Amiya! The shackles of the myriad souls are not so easily broken. She remains amidst the myriad souls. She has chosen to protect you subconsciously. Wait. That's not all. Her connection with the crown is growing. The crown. Remember, souls.
Is that Amiya's voice? You get a feeling. She's growing more distant by the second, to a place you cannot reach.
Amiya! Wake up!
You try to grab Anya. The black vortex roils between you, and a great force tries to push you away. You dig your one good hand into the dirt, dragging the rest of your height along towards the girl lying on the ground.
Such intense emotions. Looks like Teresa's choice was not entirely one of desperation after all.
Just a little further.
Why don't we cut straight to the chase, then? I hope this won't break your little head. That would be a shame. The Confessari left more than statues in this cavern.
Amia! You touch her. You promised. Reject the voice. The black vortex shatters and vanishes. You grab Amia's hand. Amia's grown up, but her hand still feels small and frail. Her palm is filled with sweat. You do not know if the Confessarius' curse worked, or if this was the result of Amia's effort and yours. Blood sprays from the Confessarius' neck. Ascalon walks towards you, casting not another glance at the fallen Confessarius. That was reckless, Doctor. If I didn't run into... Look out! Blood explodes, and a sanguine shockwave sweeps towards you. A figure stands in front of you, arriving in the nick of time. Vampire arts. What have you done to your bloodline? Hard to imagine that you're related to Shining. The amount of grief that your degeneration has caused this fine girl.
Lord of the Banshees. I'm impressed. It couldn't have been easy to get here.
The Confessarius puts her hand on her neck wound. The blood that sprayed from it is slowly flowing back.
I should have been more careful, knowing that the sitting Lord of the Banshees is rather rebellious.
You're more dangerous than we expected. Urgent situation. Interrogation out of the question. Kill her and leave. I know. You see Logos' cold expression and the incantation that obediently emerges from his tongue. But you do not see Salus's fear, anger, any expression you might expect to see on one facing her own death. You only see curiosity.
This is the Lord of the Banshees? The Eligaya court. Indeed, these incantations are no less refined than those of your famous mother. But did you know? Such refined runes, refined arts, they are far from the sarcasm roots.
She's backing up. Behind her, the statue of a banshee towers above. Ascalon! An instant before everything went black, you saw Ascalon grab Amia while Logos shielded you. You saw the statue come to life. You saw the Confessarius' eyes narrow and saw her ring the death knell first. Doctor, we left the cave. Ascalon is scouting the area. Your right forearm is broken. I made a makeshift splint, but I'm no medic. What about Amia? Still unconscious. The Confessarius said something to the effect of trapped in the myriad souls, but she's alive, at least. You turn around to see the Countess girl lying peacefully under a tree, as if she is merely sleeping.
I can understand Ascalon's objection to your methods. She's concerned for more than just your safety. But it is also true that you brought us time. The Confessarius and Amia would be behind Lendinium's walls by now, if not for your efforts.
What are the Confessarius?
She got away. Rock and earth, blood, and the wail of the Banshee. Is this the Sarkaz that the Confessari want? One so obsessed with bloodline and witchcraft.
Their target is the King of Sarkaz. We must inform Calcit and Shining.
Wait. The vapor around us. This can't be. Careful, Doctor. We may still be inside the enemy's trap. What is it? This is not Victoria. This is the Convallis of the Banshees.
Nice! How long? Feels like it's gonna be a long chapter, by the way. Because I thought during that, I was like, to get to chapter 14, you have to be chapter 13/22. And maybe they just front-loaded it a lot, but, 13/22, and this especially, I think these two are about reasonably paced. This one especially, both of these are their own, like, novels in a way. Ooh, this is fun, though. This is also interesting, because another character is, Logos is such a popular character, and I'm gonna be honest, outside of the design, so far I don't know why he's so popular, because he didn't really do much here except for talk with the Matzi cluster, which in fairness, I did enjoy that a lot. But IMO, that was like, I thought that was like a me personal thing where it was just like, yeah, I just like that it's just people talking in a room, because I really like just two people talking in a room stuff. But like, I want to see Logos like do stuff. So like, the fact that Logos is here means he might do stuff, and that could be fun. It's all front load. That would make a lot of sense, because like, otherwise there's gonna be a really long chapter. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's similar to I want to say this one, chapter 7, I think was also like front and back loaded, where it was like a lot of stuff here, and then there was like nothing, and then there was like a lot of stuff here. Because like, this is the Patriot chapter, and like Patriot doesn't show up until like here, I think. And he gets screen time in those two little things he gets. Logos being hyped since year 2 of the game? I guess. I mean, who isn't being hyped since year 2 of the game? Literally any named character gets hyped. And then as soon as they get their design, that's when things start getting popped off a little bit more. I get it. I get it. I like this though. I like that so two things. A, I think I said this before originally, but I think I'm able to put into words a little bit better now, is the reason I don't like it when the narrative says like, you feel like this, is because, and I think I did say this, but like in here, it was always first person, even though it was like, I don't know, I just don't like that still. Like, on its own, after I sat with it long enough, I got it and I didn't mind it, but like, it's just the abrupt change from going from this to that. That's unrelated. Still bumped out by the Duke of Windermere. I know! That's like the opposite example. Duke of Windermere gets introduced here at the very end. Peak design, and then it's just like, oh, hey, guess what? It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What the hell are you doing over here? We get Volpe. That's kind of in a similar vein, but it's not the same. It's not the same, man. This is looking interesting. I like the Doctor. I'm glad the Doctor. So far, I'm fully in there for 2 out of the 3 storylines, and the Delphine one I can see myself warming up to, because I think I understand where Delphine's arc is gonna go. The only bad part is Delphine's arc is gonna be a lot like Siege's arc. Because right now, I guess there are 4. Excuse me, there are 4 arcs in the story, and I like where 3 out of 4 of them are going. You have the W Brigade. You have W, Hodor, and Enos, and like I just feel like they're gonna go on wacky adventures, and/or Hodor's gonna like talk about war, and W's gonna blow stuff up, and he's just gonna be there trying to be like an irresponsible adult, but it's not gonna work out that well. That feels just like generic fun. I kind of like those characters. Reunion, once I, like, the fact that I, like, now know more about them, and, like, I think that was a really good, like, introduction to, or reintroduction to just, I don't know. It was just there's a lot of stuff you already know about the Reunion, a lot about, like, how the infected are treated, right? So there wasn't anything new about it, but I just, because 9 just keeps showing up. It's like, I don't know, I don't really care about 9 right now, I'm gonna be honest. Like, she's there, I get it, she's, like, I get it, but it hasn't really done anything for me. But if they start, like, moving more and they start actually having them take a more active role, could be very interesting. So I'm interested in seeing where that goes. I also like Guard and Tallulah, that little scene with those two, where Guard had said, like, oh, we gotta do this for the people. And, like, Tallulah had, like, that expression that kind of said, like, oh, had Tallulah been through this before? Did she say these things before that she wasn't able to follow through on? I thought that was a really good scene. For a Tallulah that was, like, trying to find her place in the world. That's really good. The Doctor's story, 13-3 after, fantastic. That's why I'm here. The Doctor and Amia, and then Ascalon and Logos are there to save at the end. Like, that's the peak. The Doctor having his anime moment of like, I have to do this. I'm gonna run out there and be stupid and just push my body to the limits. Like, I was so hyped for that. That is, like, that's what I want to see. I want to see that man endangering his life in order in order to, like, save people around him. That's a hero right there, dang it. That's great. I want more of that. And then Delphine, I like Delphine. I have no ill will against her, but now I'm wondering what her story is gonna be outside of the fact that it's just like, oh, we need a new Duke of Windermere. I need to step up as a leader. Because I hope it's not that, because that's also just what Siege is doing in a way. Because it's not bad, but it's just like, why do you have two characters that need to learn to be a leader? Obviously, you can, like, then contrast them against each other and be like, we both need to be leaders. But that was something that I said about during this one, when I was like, I don't really care about Siege, but then I was like, oh, Siege is being contrasted with Amia, who also needs to be a leader. So it's like, why do you need a third character that is like, oh, I need to find out how to be a leader? I don't know. It depends on how Delphine's one goes, but Delphine is, like, the weakest of the four. But I will admit, I did like that. To go back up and scroll up in chat real quick, by the way. Ben, I agree with you a little bit, where I'm torn about them reintroducing the Demazi, especially so early. Like, I really like the Demazi. They died. They had their little heroic death. But at the end of it, they did state that the Demazi, like, it didn't die. The old Demazi died and it split in two. It mitosis, right? I believe that's the correct one. I don't remember. We had this discussion before. But, like, it split into two. And to me, I thought, like, okay, we have it chilled down. And, like, they come up, like, at the end of Chapter 13, maybe in Chapter 14. Or maybe they just don't show up again. Right? But it's like, you have the option of them coming back in a new shape or form. And they brought it, like, it's like, it's the Duke of Windermere problem. It's like, you just had them, and then you just immediately changed them. It's like, there was, I guess, arguably you had, you know, a few months between them, or a year between them, or something like that, but it doesn't feel, even that, like, if you think about it like that, sure. But in story, it's been, like, not even a day. Because, like, when they get attacked, Siege asks, like, how long has it been since we left Northport? It's been, like, a few hours. And that's around the time that he died, so it's been, like, less than 24 hours since the new Demazi cluster is here, and he's like, I don't know what to do. That feels wrong, actually. Unless I'm just off on the timeline, it's been, like, less than a week in-game time since the Demazi cluster died that they've respawned and are up to their own things again, and I don't like that. I think the only way that the Demazi cluster coming back would be good is if there is a second, because there are two Demazi clusters now, allegedly. And one of them is doing the bad stuff with this Sarkaz, and I want another one to be a good one that joins up with us. And that way, then it's like, oh, there could be something interesting there. But I do agree that it feels far too early for them to come back. It's like, there's the cuteness of, like, oh, the Demazi cluster was, like, you know, playing tricks on Delphine, which, by the way, actually, I really liked. So I was giving Delphine, like, her story like some harshness because I don't know if I like where her story's gonna be going, like what her arc is probably going to be. But I do like Delphine as a character because she put on her detective hat at one point, and that was peak, and I was like, oh, I like her. She's like a little me. Where she was very much like oh, think Delphine, think. I was like, oh my god, that was peak. I don't want Delphine to become a leader. I don't want her to go through another character arc where she becomes a leader. I want her to become a detective, dang it. That would be sick. She's gonna be like a command leader as opposed to a leader of the people, sure, but like it's not the same. I want her to start a detective agency with her poncho outfit. That would be peak. Ah. It does feel like they backtracked on it. Like I said, I kind of wish like Demacia Cluster coming back, sure, but I think it's too soon for them to come back. Yes! I want Edogawa Delphine out here solving mysteries. It'd be so great. Change her name to May? Why would I know this reference? What is this reference you're making you? The only May I'm thinking of right now off the top of my head is May from Guilty Gear, which is not a detective. May Windermere? Operator May. Oh, yes, okay. Sniper. There it is. I want May and Delphine should open up a detective shop together. I would love it. The duck, not the duck. Is she a duck actually? I don't know what her. Liberia. Okay, I didn't know she was a duck. I just know that she had a penguin. I know she's not a penguin, but part of me thought that, but. The one that hunts Emperor. She's not hunting Emperor. She's hunting this penguin. Different penguin. I think, actually. I don't actually know what her lore is. I always thought it was weird that she was, seemed to be excessively concerned about penguin logistics. Okay, I guess never mind. No, she is looking for the other penguin, actually. Wow. What does she know? Is she from... She's from Victoria. What does she care about? Actually, wait a minute. She's from Victoria. All I'm saying then is that if Delphine meets May in Victoria after the war is over and Delphine wants to put her like her detective, her think Delphine think to use, I think Delphine and May would make a great combination. She's just a detective nerd. Just put a little bit there. I can respect the detective nerd. I can respect the detective nerd really hard. Should probably like actually put more points into her too, but that's for a different ace. Grab these real quick. You're not what's her face right now, are you? Nope. Okay. So we go here instead. Good. Let's see. I think we can ram out one more. It feels like that was a decent cliffhanger, but I feel like we could do just one more. The Mercenaries' Day. Yeah, because, okay, so presumably they're going to be stuck in the Convalescent, and this is going to be about W and Hodor and Enos instead. So yes, I think that's going to be perfect then. She's a good starter in IS3. I feel like, yeah, typically if you get her as a starter in IS, she's really nice. Because I liked getting her because she was just better crews, arguably. I typically get her off of the random 4-star that you get for free, right? But yeah, her, because she has poison? It slows. But it's the same thing where it's like after so many shots, she does a thing. Which is just, and it increases the attack, I think, right, as well? Yeah, increase the attack and slows the target. So yeah, it's just like, it's super good. Stun for S2. I just like using, I always use the auto attack. Like any sniper, I always take the cruise type skills just because probably there are uses for the other one as well, but like, it's just nice to just that. Because you look for that spaghetti or that spinach. Oh shoot, wait, actually that's a good point, Kiwi. I just realized that she was in Japanese, but she's Victorian. Where is, What?
I'm Royal Detective May, and I ask you cooperate with me in my investigation.
We're in there.
got the wrong address. Impossible. That penguin's holed up here, and I have the evidence.
See, I always thought she was talking about the penguin on her head. I don't... This is even goofier, actually. Why does she have a... What? Why does she wear the penguin? It's got an Elder Scrolls reference on her combat lines. Really? Also, what's up, Aerith, by the way? You had said that earlier. But just now I realized, I was like, oh shoot, Aerith here. What am I looking for? Here we go. In battle.
This is your one warning.
I loved it when the guards said that in Elder Scrolls.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Okay, that's the Elder Scrolls one.
I'll give you a taste of my taser. It won't hurt. You'll just get a little buzz. Stop right there, criminal scum.
I mean, that's pretty solid. I got no complaints on that one. I was hoping, part of me was hoping it would be the arrow of the knee reference, but that obviously would not work at all. Is it a penguin or a puffin? A puffin is a type of penguin. So that's just being more specific. That's like saying, is that a dog in your head or is that a Shih Tzu? And it's like, they're the same thing. A Shih Tzu is just a more specific version of a dog. I believe, I could be wrong. Hold on. Are puffins penguins? Are puffins penguins? No. Well, shit. You might be onto something there, you. Hold on, what's the rest of this AI description say? They are distinct bird species that belong to different families and have different adaptations. Hold on. I now know what puffins look like. Ooh. No, that's a penguin. I can see why you would think it's a puffin because there's the whiteness in it, but like the beak is not right at all. The beak is much more penguin-y. Or maybe it's like a hybrid between the two. Maybe it's not even real. I think it's a stuffed animal. Now then. Once more into the... No! Get out of here! Once more into the breach. 13-4. The Mercenaries' Day. Careful. The danger never left. Okay. What's our... 3 tiles on the battlefield are no longer available for... I really hope it's not these 3 tiles. 3 tiles on the battlefield are no longer available for deployment. Oh, the only thing I want to do, actually, is I want to also swap out... I think this is mostly fine, actually. Swap out Fiametta for another healer, though. Drop in Shining. Because it feels like in certain spots we might need another healer. And then also, we'll get rid of Mudrock now. We can swap her out for a different melee. Dejin feels too obvious. Dejin feels too easy. I kind of want to use Viviana a little bit just to try her out, but one block is a little bit scary. It's probably fine, though. Especially in this one, because there's going to be a lot of Sarkaz enemies, right, that just increase blocks. So maybe Viviana. Mess with her, see how good she is. Get a feel for her. Yeah, let's do this one. I agree, Ben. My hope is that we get air quotes native language dubs for every character. Because I got my German here, I got my Italian here. Well, no, actually, are you in Italian or English? I feel like you should actually be in English. Whatever. She should probably be in English, but that's a whole other thing. We got our Italian here. That's full on Italian. We got our English here. This should be like Portuguese. Gnome. This should be some incomprehensible language. This should be the black speech from Lord of the Rings. This should be Finnish, but she has this Finnish accent, so I'm taking this is close enough. That works. So that's kind of peak, but full on Finnish would be insane. This is Japanese, so it's already perfect. Like I so want more of this. Like the fact that I get like Viviana being German, these two being Italians. Does not have a Brooklyn accent. Brooklyn doesn't exist, but just give her a really just a Laplando. Speak Egyptian. Egyptian, Egyptian I don't think is a language anymore, or is a... I could... Hold on, I actually want to look this up. Egyptian language? Because I know that they use Arabic as their main thing. Egyptian refers to both ancient language of Egypt and the modern vernacular dialect known as Egyptian Arabic. So I was gonna say there's no distinct Egyptian spoken language anymore, since it is just a dialect of it was spoken in ancient Egypt, is known today from large corpus. I don't know if there's any record of spoken Egyptian.
I saw Lapland in Siracusa. Oh, you haven't seen...
Egyptian, what is it? Pepe? You're like, oh, that would also make sense. Any of that there, crew. I think this is Hodor.
Honestly, since coming to Victoria, my drafting work has been at a standstill.
Wait, drafting work? I don't know who this is, actually. Never mind.
Back in my mercenary days, I spent most of my free time writing them.
Also, wait, other question. When does the art style for Hodor change? Because he was released as operator at this time, right? Does he get, like, his little moment where he's like, I gotta get my remake?
Back in my mercenary days, I spent most of my free time writing them. One book filled, a new book empty. Really, I had more to write than I physically could. And yet, since joining the military commission, I haven't given those notebooks a flip through in forever by now. I obtained what seemed like a higher position in power. I wasn't directing a squad or two of mercenaries any longer. Now they put the sand table of the whole battlefield before me. And I grew more and more sick of what I'd written about. I used to believe that the most important test of an archivist's character was loyalty to their accounts. Yet, bit by bit, I came to discover those books had turned into echoes of wave after indistinguishable wave. Reproductions of scene after scene of the same tragedy. I've been through this all with my own flesh. Felt it all with my own soul. Why even make all this? Vacant language and empty summary out of it. I had enough.
I don't know if it was gonna be an anime one. I forget what his S1 art looks like.
When did it happen again? I remember. Last year in September. Last year, where the summer was exceptionally long. General, the mayor is dead. Your saber still drips with the blood. If only the blades of the military commission and the mercenaries could be as swift. As long as it's a weapon, there's no real difference. I remember the look he gave me in that moment. But I'm still not sure what he really meant by it. Roger. News just came from the Mercs. 14 MPs on the plot to assassinate the regent. The 14 MPs in the plot to assassinate the regent have been apprehended. And what stance are the other MPs taking? They don't have one. I thought you'd be more direct about your methods. If the military mission requires, I can execute every MP straight away. With our current situation, this will suffice. The airship is still under construction. We just need a little extra patience. Pull your men out. The Noxir King's Legion has arrived. Legion. My voice shakes a little. The Noxahir's Legion. Of all the military powers I'd met in war, the vast majority paled compared to that one name. The difference was heaven and earth. When? How? Whatever directions a Khazal army enters Victoria from, they'd have to pass through major duchies. It wouldn't matter how they conceal themselves. That large a force could never. His Majesty has arrived in the Londinium suburbs. 2 reorganized royal court units directly subordinate to him have been stationed outside the city. Understand. I'll order the mercs to withdraw. That Lieutenant Colonel Leto and his talk with the Regent. That Lieutenant Colonel Leto had his talk with the Regent. He and his defensive forces will soon be assuming control over all of Londinium's administrative affairs. On the surface, Londinium will enter a state of semi-martial control led by the defense forces, owing to the Garrisoned Rebellion. Don't think that'll fool the Grand Dukes. Their intelligence networks are well developed in the city. They'll definitely start mobilizing for war within the next few months. It won't take them that long. It's exceedingly likely the quickest army will show up beneath Londinium's walls within 20 days. But no fear. No matter who arrives first, they won't be hasty to act. Any duke that dares march alone will become the common enemy of all, just as in the Duke of Windermere's failure of a raid 2 years ago. Her high-speed warships didn't even succeed in launching from their berths before her own men obstructed her. It was ridiculous. The Duke of Windermere. She's clever. She's been warning Parliament since the day the Regent first made contact with Victoria. Cavendish didn't just invite us to enter Londinium on his lonesome. Each and every duke was hoping to make a military vassal out of the Regent, an assistant to the thorns in their sides. Understand? This Duke of Windermere is no exception. Being the guise of an iron-fisted soldier, she obeys the game logic of aristocrats as much as the rest. She was just the one most impatient to place us back in the toolbox. From what I hear, Victoria's legendary steam knights don't exist anymore. You do have a nose for sniffing, Hodor. Not a good quality for a serviceman. I'm a mercenary, General. The Regent and Military Commission's scheme was a huge success. Pretty crazy. Somehow the Sarkaz have a firm hold on Victoria's capital. The Dukes need an easy-to-cut-up army to put down dissidents, and Parliament is desperate for an appropriate defense, to avoid any more action like those two stupid Dukes' adventures. In their eyes, the Sarkaz came fresh out of the Civil War on a silver platter. Table ready, disposable. Now we've taken the industrial sector, leashed Parliament, and even the Shard will be under our control any day now. The Regent's taken Londinium. For real.
For real?
But we can't shunt the city off. We can stir up conflict, but then what? We end up buried together with Londinium under collateral foreign militaries? What is the Commission planning? I know I'm being a little too forward, but you draw suspicion by being too obedient. Yet, Manfred doesn't even turn to look at me. He's flipping through a book. Untitled. Do mercenaries have so many problems, Hodor? Have I given you too much leeway? I only need to know what the goal is. I only need to know what the goal I'm serving is. The mercenary I know has other tastes. Inquiring as to the more loose-pocketed employer, or mulling over how to waylay a Sancta caravan. I just have different personal habits. Personal habits? The Military Commission General before me pries his gaze away from the book. I hear his position here isn't just for his service rank. I hear his relationship with Theresis is very special. Which means I have to be extra cautious. I dip my head slightly, working to ensure I express enough respect and humility. Is your eye alright? It affects my depth perception in sword combat. I'll get used to it ASAP. I received your interrogation records. The assess was an Enos woman, a mercenary alike. We shouldn't expect a Sarkaz like Enos to get bought out by Parliament, especially for a hit on their regent. We shouldn't expect a Sarkaz like Enos to get bought out by Parliament, especially for a hit on the regent. Enos is dead, and you lost an eye for it. You received commendations from the Military Commission. No commendations necessary. Then you'll receive payment in mercenary fashion. After all, you and Enos, and that lunatic with the W call sign, led an active mercenary unit for quite some time. The old Sarkas of the Scar Market. Their accommodations for your blinding. Very decisive of you to kill her. It's the only way a mercenary lives. We'll do anything to survive. Even gutting your own colleagues? Even gutting our own colleagues. Then I'm sure one day you'll come to dispatch me, won't you? Sometimes foreshadowing is obvious. You asked me just now, what could the military commission be planning? Our plan is only drawn up to the point war breaks out. As for what follows, that would be their plan to make. This place is the heart of hatred, and it will be buried by vengeance. Just as you wrote in these booklets, just as every war we've been through. So you were. Never mind that. Carry on writing. You've a heavy mission. Bear that responsibility. Now, the military mission's duty in Lentium is fulfilled. With the single activation of the Shard, the Tempest of War will be unstoppable. In which case, what more could Teresis want to do? What more can we do?
Done with your notes?
No, I wasn't writing anything. Just giving this sword another polish. Mercenary Claymore. Haven't used this thing in forever.
Oh, he's gonna get his skin now. Nice.
Yeah, there he is!
Hey! Okay, there we go. Thank you.
You're so heartless.
If you want it, you can have it. Present from me to you.
A sword? Low efficiency, zero interest.
And you found the time to fix your hair? Can't blame you, I guess. We're not going to have the time for hair gel like you did back in Ladinium.
Just more convenient this way.
You should have kept that outfit. Maybe you could keep acting the Merc leader, treasure of the army.
What's that thing army guys say? It's your calling to serve.
Mercenary's calling is to get paid, not get bereavement. Knock it off and save your spittle, you two. Defense perimeter. Scouting radius. This the opening?
Until they started fighting, yeah. As for now, they're marching. No matter how much the Dukes hate each other's guts, this front's gonna close in sooner or later. You're sure your guys gonna pass this position? You can literally see the Shard's catastrophe clouds from here.
Catastrophe landing point is the line of fire between the Duke of Wellington and the Noxier King. Chances are the Iron Duke will retreat his front. As for Windermere, she probably won't have the spare energy to deploy her own force until she gets her daughter back inside a nomadic fortress. My guy doesn't have a lot of exit routes from Latinium.
Wait, incoming. The shadow's very fast. It's like... polygonal?
Yarn ball. A what?
The overall shape is polygonal, but highly irregular. It's arts. A high chance the naked eye can't follow it, or else she wouldn't make it here.
Target confirmed. Target confirmed. We can only afford a little rough play. W.
I turn back, and she's gone.
A second later, deafening explosions. After her. The scale of the dust cloaks the entire surroundings. But we're not blind to what's either a sizable witchcraft vehicle or bizarre aircraft. As ever, W kicks off without restraint. If we did graze a lich. I brush away the smoke, but surprisingly I feel nothing hit my I feel myself hit something. What is that? A wire? Silk threads, hanging crisscrossing from the void, then pressing into it again.
Mercenaries. Oh, what a coincidence. Come at me, then. This is where the strange sensations truly start.
Her figure snaps into formlessness in an instant, threads swirling and fading. I thrust an arm out with all my strength, but grab it nothing but dust.
Did she run? I told you, you can't blow a lich up with bombs.
No, she's still around. We have to catch her.
Ooh, what is this effect? This is cute. Something's not quite right. We never passed by an area like this. Nothing here casts any shadow. Is it an illusion? I think there's a bunch of big guys over there, right by the mountain. Those are some crazy swords. How do they lift them?
Mountain. Wasn't this a plane? I follow where W's looking. The haze gradually thins and the scene becomes clear. I gulp. Practically everything about the battlefield leaves my mind.
The ash-bleached city lies ahead. Let us hasten. It will admit us. The children of the soil and stone have built city walls on Sar's ground. Castle. Each syllable is a bitter journey unto its own. Where is it? From dreams we have departed, seeking to this day. The age of exile has come to an end.
What are they saying?
It's an ancient Sarkaz dialect. Sorrow's ground. Ash-bleached city. Having trouble with the rest, I can only guess.
I think they mentioned Kazel, too. Which one?
The Alpha Balar. I was gonna make my Dialpha Bolo joke, but then I scanned the rest of this. I hate this line so much. Diablo Balor Saka of the Condemnor clan and Quilon the errant overlord will meet us on our way. Oh, and he's here too. Guldul, the king of Sarkaz.
I couldn't know these names better. I could almost recite their legends from memory. The first line of Sarkaz I ever read was from the tale of these people. The epic transcribed time and time again. Still handed down in Kazel slums to this day.
What these shadows tell us is the second Kazel that could be called a city. After the very first Kazel was laid to waste by elders and ancients, there passed over 1,000 years where Kazel was no more than a tiny hamlet, a mass of thatch and wooden fencing. Frail, easily destroyed, it was ravaged by the wills of colonizers again and again. And again the Sarkaz were sent into exile. Until this moment, where the Sarkaz had once again accumulated enough strength, once again rebuilt a true city. They left the waste that we now call Columbia and came to the heartlands of Terra. And there they lived, and there they died. And then, a betrayal. Another migration east. And before they'd gone far, the blue flames of fury were once again betrayed. It seems as if Sarkaz history were cursed from that moment on. History's waves have rolled on to this present day, where citadels are incessantly scraped and rebuilt and still amble about in arm's reach. But the names they speak, those are that city's first kings of Sarkaz. The kings of Sarkaz, 7,000 years ago.
When did this lich appear before us? How does she have this power? I draw my sword across my chest. The lich lifts a hand.
How did you produce these things?
Huh.
Considering this Kazdel's historical significance and its impact on the generations to come, the legend of the Kings of Sarkaz have found such widespread in song. But these vagabonds, even we lack for such trifling accounts. This is scarcely even witchcraft. It's absolutely not. No Originium arts could attain this degree of effect. Oh, or perhaps it could, but at the very least, a historian would be needed. Is it a trick of physics? A projector that forms images from the mist. When did our brother and sister gain such technology? How rude not to share. No, it's off. These pictures are too close to the recorded truth. Be it a technological feat. Whence came the material? So this is some kind of arts, then.
Her hand sways gently in the air, like she's feeling something, studying the colors before her and leaving us to our devices.
But it's of no known category of arts. It's highly likely even that this isn't arts. How very strange. A Faranmut? If Victoria wanted to tame a Faranmut for battle, it should have started long ago. What's this bitch even doing? It seems you're not artists. You're simply and purely the ones who blew up my beloved cube. It was very comfortable sitting in it.
Messenger to the Lich's court, Lady Ermagerd. We deeply apologize for using such a method to contact you.
I don't know what misconception you have of liches, but honestly, I'm not that old. Stop kotoing.
I fear this is not your arts, either.
I certainly don't have the knack to conjure a band of 7 millennium-old vagabonds. What if I use arts to stimulate it? Just the most basic. Tiny, tiny amount of energetic irritation.
A squall whips up. The vision before me recedes like the tide. The twisted scene returns to normality. The bloody boulder abruptly appears before us all.
What is this? I checked this area 3 days ago. There was nothing like this here. Guys, Hey, Hoder. W, snap out of it.
Enos is fine. Thank the stars. My blood is boiling.
What? So it wasn't lich magic. Are they fighting coincidentally on top of the Banshee whale? That's my immediate thought. This is interesting. Wait, just real, was Enos not in their thing with them? Because I don't think they brought attention to it. Yeah. So Enos wasn't there. Wait. So no, it wouldn't be the what? Because I'm not gonna say it's weird, but it is weird that back to back you've had two situations where a group of people gets teleported to a different world, and it's like, I get Isekai's popular, but come on now. Oh, it's only these three? Oh, that's it. I didn't know. No, what do you mean this is back? Ah, shit. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, this is gonna suck. I'm glad I brought another healer, I guess. Oh, I didn't read. It wasn't there for the second one. I didn't think it would be here for the third one again. Ah, scheisse. I don't like LSDA. Get it out of here. It's not even a bad mechanic. It's just a lame mechanic. Ipitavi. What does I Portatore de Volucci have to do with anything here? Hodor can't face. Hodor could facing a little bit of it, in fairness, but like, it's the principle of the matter. Clots. Welcome in, by the way. While in battle, reborn creations can increase attack, and their attacks additionally deal no critical damage. Was this guy not? I've seen this guy before. Was that only because, like, is this where he normally shows up, but I let him show up earlier when I was doing inverse mode? Honestly? Oh, I probably should have had it facing down, actually. Lumen can go here and heal everyone but Saria. Lumen, don't die. I was gonna say, I feel like I've seen them before, so it's weird that I'm getting like these hints back up then. I figured that I'd seen them from like IS because like I got spoiled on a lot of the enemies from IS in the first place. This guy might be new actually. I've seen him before, again through IS, but Formation Breaker of the Sark has a Royal Core. Every few attacks, the next attack will stun all surrounding enemies. Yep. I do remember that guy. Go, Wolves, go. Then they go, try to get me, we're gonna see. Also in Stronghold. Which one Stronghold defends? Is that which one is Stronghold defense? Is that Triple S? The auto they were? I didn't get them. I was lucky. I didn't actually get them. I think because I only played it 3 times, right? Once on normal and twice on hard. Ah, these would have been perfect T-Font spots. Yeah, I got I think I got, did I get Casmira's, and what did I get? I got Casmira's, I think, a lot of the times, because I had to deal with those duo knights, I remember. And then I don't remember what the other one was. Are you still, you're a 3-block right now. Could I retreat her? I think I could retreat Texas. Now I can definitely retreat Texas. Oh, it's gonna kill Lumen. This might kill Shining, but you gotta go there. Oh, people are gonna die. Something fierce. Don't leak. No one leak. No one leak. No one leak. Yeah, so I got Prisoners. That was the other one I got a lot. Pathfinders and Sarkas were the options. I don't think I got Sarkas any time. Which one are the Pathfinders, actually? I might have gotten Pathfinders once. I definitely got Prisoners and Kazel the most, though. And I think I got Yerrig one time. Like in an early one. The Sancta. I got the Sancta one time. I got everyone but Sarkas then, I think. Oh, nice. They didn't even, like, shoot it a second time, did they? And if they do shoot a second time, it's going to be the game ender anyway. I was wondering what was happening. I was like, why is he moving forward? He keeps getting feared. Like, I'm like, why aren't they blocking? It's because they're feared. Oh, right. Oh, the timing on that couldn't have been worse, actually. Oh, well.
Forward.
Look at Hodor just sitting there.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, they zoomed in. Oh, they zoomed in. I've never felt my blood flowing so clearly through my own veins. Hold on, is this W talking, or is this... It searches about like crazy, shooting out through my limbs, and then finally converging on my heart again. Or was I when the medic operator for examining me, they wanted to inject me with... What was it called? I forget. Okay, it's W.
I sure gave them hell about that. I got the Originium. I didn't want more random junk around my body. Well, fine. I got the message. We need all this blood to live. Ugh. Carries oxygen and yada yada. What? Yeah, that's W. Whatever. Hodor told me once. Right now, I'm sick of it. You're my blood, you little shit, so listen to me. And if not, you get the hell out of my body. Fear for the dagger on my waist. Ooh. W, what the hell is wrong with you? Nothing. Just some bloodletting.
Yeah, that's a very appropriate response to someone just being like, yeah, I'm just doing some bloodletting in VD.
Hodor scrunches his brow. Lich is giving her hat a death grip. Dragon finally dies down. Actually, I guess we hardy bunch just got used to it.
Enos, are you alright?
Absolutely nothing's wrong with me. You guys explain. I get it. These rocks don't work on chilly old hags. But Calcic could dance a whole jig here.
I believe it. I'd also suggest you bandage that wound.
I cut surgical. I avoid the arteries.
So, this is an anti-sarcas installation. Something to do with the blood? Sarcas. Blood. There's a difficult guess. This witchcraft device hasn't properly activated yet. I drew past this area on an uneasy feeling I had. Here lies the main offender. Little wonder the tutors are always so cautious with matters of Londinium.
So, what if it does activate for real? All Sarkas explode and die? And then the Sanguinarch throws our blood all over the Victorians?
No vehicle tracks in the vicinity. No signs it was transported. They took these giant crystals, crossed all these miles, and then set them down here directly. Somehow, this would be the first time I've heard of something like that. Lady Ermigerd, guessing you have nothing to do with this either.
Naturally. Liches can't accomplish this sort of thing. The space for your research isn't this one.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, you recognized me just now.
Hodor, was it? I've had an eye on your books before. Some of your manuscripts are even in circulation among Lithanian Sarkas.
Do you have any leads for us?
Why should I be helping you? You just blew my little cube.
The bitch just shot me a glance. Hey, you don't know how much I'm holding back from stuffing a bomb in that chest cavity of yours.
Are all Sarkaz mercenaries so eager to die these days?
Hey, what's up, Ken?
Ken, Raiders, welcome in. Ace Windfall, Fighting Pilot Extraordinaire, and Reservist. Right now we're reading about Arknights ourselves. How was your Arknights, Ken? Canada as well. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday, Canada. Happy Tuesday, Raiders. Welcome in. Ace Windfall, Fighting Pilot Extraordinaire, still at your service. How was your Arknights as well, by the way? We're currently reading our way through chapter 13 for the first time. We're at the part where now we're in W's voice, which is one of my favorites to do. Because W is such a jerk of a character. Very fun. I hope you guys had fun. Were you guys doing because what would you guys be doing right now? Unless you guys were just redoing like Zwillingstrom stuff, or if you guys were just doing like IS or something. What were you up to? I hope it was fun though. And also, if you had a long stream, if you need to check out, head out, lurk, any of that good stuff, by all means. I hope it was good. What's the disclaimer games? Welcome in. Canada, welcome in. We're reading Zwillingstrom because we never finished reading it. I don't blame you, Ken. As someone who did finish reading it, I have thoughts on that. And I just think it's far too unwieldy. We're reading through Zwillingstrom because we didn't finish it last year. Gotcha. Yeah, it's again, I don't blame you for not finishing it last year because it's a wordy and it's not particularly. I have thoughts on it, but it's not neither the time nor the place. It's so long, I don't think it should be that long. It should not be that long. But instead of reading Zwillingstrom, you can sit back, relax, and now you can listen to everyone's favorite Merc with... She's a Merc... Who's the Merc? She's the Wade Wilson. She's the Deadpool of the Arknights universe. And I'm so sorry to all the W stands out there. But W is basically just Deadpool.
If she says one more word, I'm seriously gonna do it.
Like, listen to that. Like, W is the one character that I could, like, see talking to the screen and just being like, yeah, no, she can just do that. She just has that ability, sure.
Forget it. Let's talk about that illusion just now. That was a vestige, a spatial one, a temporal one. Were you looking for vehicle tracks just now? That illusion was it. Some kind of special arts is affecting this place.
But that wasn't Originium arts, and it wasn't Sarkaz witchcraft.
These art circles are related to the vampires, and the illusion was definitely related to the art circles, but there's no direct line connecting them. Perhaps these are leads you can use?
What position are the Liches taking?
The same as ever. We've made no promises.
But we have an informant telling us. Kazdal has had Liches showing up too. You usually never make appearances in Kazdal.
Oh? You left Babel, joined an infected organization, then ended up in Londinium. And you've still kept an intelligence net up in Kazdal? Are you really just a mercenary? I feel like with your competencies, you could get hooked up as a Gesatzwatcher in Lithanian, relatively speaking. Oh, except your arts is a little mediocre.
I do not like that I had to say the word Gesatzwatcher in the main story when Zwillingstrom is right around the corner. I do not like that.
Get it out of here.
The flashbacks, man. Personal habits.
Personal habits. In a battlefield this extensive, how do you think you'd stop me if I did want to leave without a whisper?
You were looking for us, too.
Technically, I'm a little interested in you. Specifically you. Do you Sarkaz always have to talk in riddles?
Score 1 interruption from Enos. She's getting impatient. Nice. Let her draw everyone's attention while I kill the son of a lich dead.
Son of a lich! Alright. Alright, that's a good translation.
Given you get news from Kazdal, that naturally means our siblings act has just been feigning ignorance. We need to give Theresa some flex room. We're taking control of Kazdal right now. Everyone's come to Victoria, so someone's got to look after the place.
What flex room? You gonna hold a celebratory feast?
Yes, that's the first part of the plan. Then we declare National Foundation Day, and so on. No more jokes now. That is just the first part of the plan. Teresis and Teresa have no plans for evacuation at all. It seems they really do want Londinium to be the battlefield for a face-off against all the lands. We have no idea what's giving them so much confidence, but if it's their plan, brother and sister, then they must have some means in place already. So if they do succeed, then that means we'll have to rebuild Kazdal. Rebuild the Sarkaz's Haven.
And if they fail? If the Sarkaz fail here, then we'll lose an entire generation of youth, and maybe every youth that was to come. After the expedition of 200 years ago, most nations have had no clue about the present state of Kazdal. They weren't even interested. Until all this, a lot of Victorian worthies believed Kazdal was just a pile of ruins. But before the Civil War, with Her Highness Theresa's establishment, Kazdal had a nascent nomadic city.
Until Teresa's messed the whole thing up. Now Kazdal's just this super giant witchcraft tractor, the kind of that's got bolts and parts popping off while it trundles along.
Kazdal wouldn't stand up to anything you could call a war, but the region just so happens to be starting one. Once it begins, every spy will have made contact with Kazdal. How will those nations sitting on the fence regard the Sarkaz within the territory?
Alright, you're a pessimist. Good. So am I. So, part 2 of the plan. The Liches hanging back in Kazdal have formulated the plans to break the place up. If Teresa's fails, Kazdal will immediately be split into pieces. Maybe a dozen or more. Taking their affiliated residents as per the apportioned? Clan units off to hide deep in the Barrens. Route planning
balanced production, and ensuring Kazal becomes a nomadic city isn't without meaning. To the Sarkaz, the enmity of the rest of mankind is a catastrophe. Kazal will greet another age of exile. Again with the exile. Ugh, what kind of crap is this? As if we're not exiles already. Maybe some nomadic city where we're all live happy lives, sipping afternoon tea, watching the catastrophe clouds roll by.
The Sarkaz are strongly united at this point. Not at all the way I hoped, but purely in terms of endpoint. Teresa's has done it. But unity could mean more than just another vengeful massacre.
Despite that unity being founded on hatred and war, that's no easy ask, Hodor, my brother. Kazal is more than a city. It's every person who calls it home. Kazal is all of Terra, by the way, if you didn't know that. Sort of, kind of. In the original plan, Kazal didn't need that many inhabitants, and they wouldn't let us take that many away anyway.
We have to end this war in Victoria. The sooner, the better. If we can't take back hate, then the least we can do is turn into fuel to get the supports of Kazal. And every life to the Kazal of the future may well be vital.
Easily said for you.
We just touched on a method for moving supplies and people over long distances. That might be what we've been after this whole time. What serves as the military mission's lifeline in Londinium. I'll find it and seize it. It was able to bring us to Londinium, so it can take us to home, too. Before everyone's buried 6 feet under.
You aren't certain to succeed. You're just a mercenary.
A place to call home. Somewhere you can always return to.
Ugh. Teresa. All this time I've been trying to keep that name separate from this war. Her Highness. Not a war just like before. Let anyone rest in peace. Huh. That's just some diversion by that Teresa's bastard. He killed Her Highness, and he's still blaspheming her. I'll make him beg forgiveness on his hands and knees. And once he's done, then I'll turn his skull into fireworks. Finding you was the right choice. I'll take your plans as the stance of battle survivors and inform the Liches.
Thank you.
But you blew up my cube. How do you want me to get back? On foot? 8 kilometers northwest, there's a Sarkaz transport camp. Go and steal their car. Need us to help? Forget it. I don't want her catching me again and finding out I've been making deals with you on the sly. So, good luck to you, and may you still be alive to make good on your promise after meeting her. Hold on. Are you guys getting this familiar feeling? What are you talking about? What am I talking about? I have no idea. Damn it, Hodor. Damn it. Hodor should be the one saying moody crap like this. But still, what the fuck's bugging me? Not far off, there's someone sitting on a mountain peak. Just on the edge of where that original illusion vanished. Just sitting there. Like she doesn't have a care in her heart. Her long pink hair draped over her shoulders. As it always was. And that look in her eyes, that sorrowful. I look away. How is this happening? How? No. That's no illusion. The moment I saw her, I knew it wasn't. That's her. Your Highness? She's gone. I want to reach out to... No, forget it. Maybe I should save for next time. Besides, she couldn't have been real anyway. She just really, really looked like her. An indistinguishable forgery. Able to fool almost any pair of stream messed up eyeballs. Look at that! W knows that that's not the real Teresa. I thought it was weird for a second that it switched from Hodor's viewpoint to W's viewpoint between the before and the after story, but I really like that it did because W brought a lot of levity to that, where it's like W was not going to participate in that conversation at all, given that it was like out of her wheelhouse, so she could just like, instead she could just quip in her head instead, which I thought was cute. Ooh, I like that though. So next week, we'll be doing Anguish Hangs O'er. Fate twists in an instant, sees the opportunity. Oh, it's got the LSDA back. This is no IPDV. Oh, perfect. What a good intro, actually. I think I'm excited for this. Though, in fairness, I was also excited for this one. Because this was also... Was this the one? Or no, was it this one? Which of these had it where... I think it was Return to Mist, actually. Where it was... Yes, it was this one. Was this the one where one of these two had it where like the first 3 stories were 3 different characters in 3 different parts? And that's kind of what this is doing right now, right? Where you have your general overview, mostly Hodor. You have... I kind of said this already this stream, but you had like your general overview, Hodor. You had what was this one? This was also Hodor, wasn't it? No, this was this was Reunion. This was Guard and Crew. There. So you have your 4 different characters going on. You have Hodor and Crew, you have Guard and Reunion, you have Rhodes Island, the most important one, and then you have Delphine. And I like it. I generally speaking, a lot of these have, I think, had very strong openings. And I think this is no exception. I think this might be one of the best ones because I like the added bonus of it going into their POV. I think that adds a lot to it, and I also like that it's kind of jumping around a lot too, going from Hodor to W in here. I think it was a cute one as well. But like that's such a fun narrative device to like get in your protagonist, or at least the point of view of someone's head. And it jumping around is also really cute because then you have like the way that W sees Hodor and Enos versus the way that Hodor sees like Enos and W is a very good way to like show just the relationships between characters, right? Very, very nice. I'm excited for how this goes, and I'm hoping this gives a really nice, satisfying walk into 14, which should be nothing but payoff. But with that, we're gonna wrap for the night. So, thank you for coming out. Before we go, schedule for the rest of the week into next week. We're doing Thursday, if you are so interested. We are going to be doing some Duck Detective. A new game came out, which means the old game was on sale as well as the new game. You can get them in a bundle. I don't know anything about it, but speaking of detectives, which we talked about earlier today, I am also a detective. Or I'm a detective wannabe at the very least. But I'm going to join the great ranks of Delphine and May. Exactly. Oh, wait. My God, wait. She is a duck. I didn't even realize. So, yeah, if you want more adventures of May, but like a gender swap male May, I think, because I think it's a dude duck, come. It's May's dad. We're playing the May lore event on Thursday, which is just me playing Duck Detective. Wow. Sometimes things just work out. It serves true. I can't stress enough. Sometimes the things that just happen just end up working out in the funnest of ways. But yeah, we're doing that on Thursday if you're so interested. Sunday we're finishing up Armored Core 6. I think we should be finishing up Armored Core 6. I think I'm pretty sure we are. I'm like 99% sure. New Game Plus 2, by the way. Monday we're doing web fishing. Tuesday we're doing Arknights. So if you're interested in any of that, check it out. With that, I got nothing, not much else. I'm gonna send you guys off to somewhere in the great, grand, wonderful world that we live in. Where? We'll find out. I'm gonna send you guys. Quiet, you. I don't know why you're unmuted right there.
How dare you? Never do that again. There can only be one ace on stream, or otherwise it's gonna break someone's mind. And it's me. It's gonna break my mind. Sister, where are we going tonight? I think we're going here.
疲れたら寝ればいいよ。深く考えちゃダメ。
Let's send you guys to... There are two ways during the night game, and one of them had to be evil. That's how the cookie rolls, Kiwi. One of them had to be evil, and he had to die at the... He didn't die at the end, actually. Spoilers. He had to answer for his crimes against Ace Manatee. The worst part was he was actually a really good character. There are also two aces early on in Arknights. Ace was also a really good character there. All I'm saying is we only pick winners in this damn household. Good lord. All right. So I'm gonna send you guys over to... I'm gonna send you guys to Milo. Milo's currently playing Blasphemous 2. If you guys like Hollow Knight, but medieval... Hollow Knight, but Dark Souls. That's how I'll describe it. Go check it out. It's a very fun game. Milo's a very cool guy. But with that, Source Crew, I know nothing else. So with that, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and hope to see you next time. Peace out, everyone. And see you there. 3, 2, 1. Go say hi.